What's going on, y'all? Another day, another year, another me. We are in the Pandoras Box 2 preliminary main event. That's what we're calling it. You guys might think that we're still in the qualifier, but no, we are indeed in the main event. That's what it is. We've had a huge day yesterday where we basically, I don't know how many games were played. We got to cover a handful of them, but today is the start of our 6-week course into pure mayhem. We've got 4 games every single weekend day until the end of March. It's going to be a crazy ride here. Today's games, Zucolo versus Darthnox are going to be kicking that off momentarily here. Then following that up, we're going to have somewhat of a rematch here, I must say. Columinati versus Eric BR. These guys, I think Columinati may or may not have knocked Eric out of a tournament run here or there. So there's some stakes going on behind the scenes where that's concerned. Then we got Karma versus 3D Garneth. That's going to be a really fun matchup. I was looking through the results, and Karma, a player who maybe people aren't too familiar with, is really, really playing well. He's taken out a huge player in Chasing the Sun. So he is obviously in a really, really good standpoint, knocking everything over, to face up against 3D Garneth, who was a very, very strong contender inside of Challengers League. So we'll see how that game's going to go, and then we finish off the day with Divine versus Izamato. On top of this, after today, we will be running our main event that actually starts the round 1. Starts on Saturday next week, and we're going to start seeing players like Rappel, Soup, Recon, Mosca, Tunis, and the list goes on. But that's all for next week. Let's jump over to the draft. The players are already going here. Let's jump over to the draft and see what is going to happen here today. We've got ourselves... Oh, dearie me, what has happened here? I have no idea. Everything is moved around on this side. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Send help. Send help. No! Hold on. What if I hit this button? Maybe if I hit this button, it'll all fix. Nope. Oh, dear. What's a guy supposed to do? Just gonna drag it. We're just gonna drag it. Oh, no. Let me just contact my guy. All right. This was all working before, and now it's not. Alrighty, so our first game here is going to be between Zucolo and Darthnox. Their draft is through. Oh no. Their draft is through. What's happening to me? Hang on. I'm gonna just hit update on everything, and I'm gonna hit refresh. And fantastic. We have ourselves our first series here. Our first game is going to be on Gorge, and it's going to be a Thor versus Uranus matchup. Happy days. We are all sorted out here. My timer is way off as well, so let me get that all fixed up. We're about a minute away from our first game. So we've got a Thor versus Uranus. We did actually see a Thor versus Uranus yesterday with Count Von Count versus Yanfrey. Yanfrey's first ever appearance in an SDID tournament. And that game went the distance. Was really, really exciting. So I'm expecting to see some excitement here in this game as well. Now, these two players are polar opposites. Zucolo on the top left of the screen is a APM maniac. His raids are amazing. His multitasking is top notch. His playstyle is aggressive. Darthnox, on the other hand, he's actually he has his own little YouTube series that he ran a while back which is a low APM series, but he is one of the more low APM players in the tournament. More of a defensive type of player, and then he'll come and push out and do what he can where that's concerned. But nonetheless, our first matchup is going to be on Gorge. It is going to be Thor versus Odin. There's no more waiting around anymore. Let's get into game number 1 between these two crazy cats. Off we go. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In the left-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as the Uranus god, the Atlantean pantheon here, we've got ourselves Darth Nox. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Thor. His name is Zucolo. And yes, we are on the map Gorge. Super interesting picks for... Everything is just messed up. Everything is just messed up today. I don't know what's going on. I wish that I knew. I wish that it was all working before, and all of a sudden, it's not working. All of a sudden, it's not working. I don't know why. I got no fit to screen. It's just not. Refresh. Let's try that. It was, I'm not even kidding. It was literally working 2 seconds ago. No, see, that doesn't work either. Like I don't know what to do here, guys. We're in for a difficult time here. We're in for a difficult time here. God damn it. Oh. Alrighty, well, I'm just gonna wait for some sort of a thing to happen. I don't know. Like even over on this side, like this is also broken here. What has happened? Okay, hold on. What has happened? I can't fix. There's no way for me to fix it. I got nothing. I can't just resize it unless it's. Oh, maybe I know. I've got an idea. I got an idea. I think I might know what's going on here. Hold on 1 second. Okay. That is gonna have to do, right? That is gonna have to do for now. I don't know what. We can focus on the games for now. I think I got some sort of a fix. That's close enough. Urus is gonna save me at some point tonight. I don't know what's happened, but something's happened. And now we're gonna be into the game. We can focus. Let's go. Lol. Everything just butchered itself. I don't even know why. Okay, so alrighty, let's just talk about the matchup because we're like 4 minutes in already. We've got Oceanus in already for Darth Nox. Nice quick advance time. Living the dream. On the right-hand corner, Zucolo here with the Thor is going for a later advance time. He started with this Dwarven Armory. All very, very stock standard shenanigans here. I was going to go into a whole bunch of info in this one, as everything, literally everything just needs help here. I need too much help in this game. Okay, this is a good start. This is perfect. This is what I signed up for. I was going to go into a big rant about how both of these gods are an amazing pick for this map. On the one hand, you've got the Norse god, which is going to be able to move around the map really, really nicely, get walls in, get side builds happening, be really, really annoying. On the left-hand side of the map, you've got the Oranos, who's got the Sky Passages, who can literally do the same type of thing, where you can get your Sky Passage maybe like over here nice and early, and you can start walling up with the Sky Passage behind it, and you can cause your opponent a lot of grief with those non-stop. So both players have got a lot of shenanigans they can pull here. On top of this, the map is somewhat close. The spawns are somewhat close to each other. The spawns are somewhat close to each other. So you can kind of charge in. You can kind of somewhat charge in, and you can kind of like get a nice quick attack off. But Zucolo, he's got a really nice back gold mine. He's already defending his back food and hunt with this beautiful wall over here. Of course, he needs another wall onto this side and another one over here, or he can wall off to here. Doesn't really matter. He's got lots of options. But full berserks and full send here at the moment from Zucolo does mean Darthnox kind of has to respect this a little bit. You don't want to fight as Oranos until you've got your upgrades in effectively here. Yes, you've got 2 Caladria, and that can be nice, but generally you don't want to fight this early. You want to wait for your upgrades. You want to get a Caraballister out or two, and you want to be using your Sky Passages to just kind of run around the map and distract. Unless you can get somewhat of an advantageous fight, obviously. If you can take an advantageous fight, you take an advantageous fight. That's the secret where that's concerned. But nonetheless, we are going to be seeing the Caraballis. We're going to see more Murmillos coming out. Darthnox's base is looking relatively safe. Villagers over here are going to have to be garrisoning. He's going to bail off of that gold mine instead of into the mana. No problems where that's concerned. Just a little bit of idle time. Up on this side as well is dangerous, where Darthnox is. And while this is all going on, Zucolo is taking a really nice amount of space. He's grabbed his walls, he's grabbed this position, he's building more and more. The Berserks effectively have to run all the way back home. Now, the Murmillos do have the speed advantage. Do they have the speed advantage? They do have the speed, well, they're speed tied, 5 speed apiece. So if they can snare up a Berserk, which they can do with the Caladria, then they're going to be able to chase these bad boys away. But Zucolo's doing a great job of just saying, I'm going to share the HP damage. He's now escaped for the time being. The Caladria can't catch up. He's going to be able to pull back into his main base, drop a healing spring, get back up to full HP. No problems here. He puts it in the main base, which is kind of fine, but also you might want to be thinking about that healing spring up on this side as well, where the Uranus is going to want to put as much pressure on as is possible. But nonetheless, with the walls up already, Darthnox does need to get in here and break this position up a little bit. So sending a citizen forward for the Sky Passage such that he can garrison his Caraballister, and then he's going to be able to knock through the walls, put pressure onto this gold mine. Also needs to send the Sky Passage up to the top here. And he's going to be able to lock off that top position while also getting himself the Oracles in. Super important as we are seeing these Caraballis again. Just a little bit of damage onto those Berserks, but good pullback from Zucolo. The Temple looks like it will be going down. Zucolo is going to be able to get to the Heroic Age here, which does give Darthnox a huge timing to get in and get damage done. Now, even if Zucolo gets the Heroic Age here, it shouldn't really be that scary for Darthnox. He's got himself Shockwave. He's got himself Carnivora. That can be enough to slow the Flaming Weapons attack down, and you can just run away from that Flaming Weapons. Plus, you've also got the options of Sky Passages as well. But Zucolo, I don't mind it. Darthnox has pulled back. He doesn't have much more that he can do here. Zucolo is going to get his Bragi in. He's going to be able to get over onto this spot. I imagine as soon as the Bragi hits, Darthnox is going to say, all right, let's charge forward. And then, of course, he can just sack his Caraballister on the retreat, or at least get a little bit of damage off on the retreat. That's a Heroic Age God Power down, and he can continue to fight in this game. Meanwhile, little cheeky attempts at raids to come through as Zucolo are going to be leaving his base, but there are 2 Caraballister and a handful of units here as Darthnox is spotting this. His units up onto the top side. There's already Throw an Axeman in aplenty here, so these Murmillo will not be able to get through. And I imagine Zucolo is going to try and get himself up a hill fort in that position, as now the Hyperion is pre-queued. Darthnox is out in the middle of nowhere with 4 citizens, but he can simply garrison into his manners. He should not lose anything just yet. And just going to be chasing these units back as Zucolo is now going to grab himself up to Call of Valhalla. Also getting himself the medium infantry so he can just get a little bit more value out of his berserks. He's also got himself the temple so he can make some battle balls or something if he really wants to. But oftentimes it's kind of a little bit more important to just find that favor into maybe a healing spring or extra flaming weapons in this matchup, extra dwarven mines or something like that as well. It's often done here as Darthnox is pulling back for the time being. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is here as the Caraballists are getting caught out. You don't want to be losing these, especially not with flaming weapons getting down as Shockwave gets dropped down, but the other Caraballists are going to be going down as well. Galadriel flying overhead, not keeping these guys alive in the slightest, and Darthnox sacks 3 Caraballists for free there as his Hyperion is now coming through, and Zucolo is saying, you don't have your heroic agent, buddy. Let's go. I've got the Norse power coming directly in. Now also no Shockwave as well is going to be absolutely brutal for these Murmillos as the Carnivora gets dropped in onto the back line there, throwing Axeman over here as well. Shockwave not available, but at the very least some damage is going to be coming through. Darthnox going to be diving in to the town center as, I mean, this can't be a good flaming weapons for Zucolo, right? There's a town, like the units are all going to be still alive. The citizens here not pulling up to the top position. Loses 1, not the biggest of deals after this flaming weapons does expire. There's going to be watchtowers to come through as well as the citizens over here do all go down. This is a really nice trade here for Zucolo after all is said and done as the units pop out. Watchtowers now up. The army in the main base will end up going down as the heroes diving through the town center to try and get over onto the troll here. After all is said and done, 73 pop to 67 population. You will see the satyr popping out. And the game will continue along. But who comes out in front on that one? Being behind on citizens as Atlantean is never ideal. There's still access to the Galadriel for heals on a fight like this. The throw and axe for numbers are a little bit on the low side for Zucolo. And there is also a Chaos available at some point here for Darthnox. He doesn't want to throw it down on here because it seems a little bit underwhelming, a little bit lackluster. Zucolo going to pull back to his main base now. A little bit of shoot and scoot shenanigans. Oh, and the army does manage to find some hunt villagers. What is Zucolo doing out on this position? He's about to lose everything. There's a shockwave as well. I don't think Zucolo is getting back in past this gate here. If I am Darthnox, we're clicking shockwave on this every single time. He does manage to get back in here. The wall's going to get broken down inside the main base here as well. Looks like Zucolo just doesn't have anything. He's lost all of his military, and Darthnox is in a commanding position all of a sudden. As the Chaos does get dropped down, that's going to allow the Hero Murmillos to take out the Battle Ball incredibly quickly. You can see how long the Chaos lasts when used on just one unit there. As Zucolo is left darting around the map, he's just not going to be able to hold any longer here. I don't think, I mean, even at this point, Zucolo should be worried about the gold mine getting taken out, but Darthnox doesn't even need to leave this position. He's got the 2 Galadriel to heal up his units that are getting hit by the town center. There's no military here. what else can Zucolo do? I mean, he's just got nothing left. He's just going to be losing villagers non-stop. The town center, like I said, it's just not going to be doing damage because there's Caladria. Of course, as I say that, a Terma dies. But still, Zucolo, what else can he do? He's going to be losing his longhouses on the front. Darth knocks up to the top side. Searching around. Over onto the backside, some cheeky Dryad, not Dryads. Satyrs are going to be attempting to poke through over here and take out the villagers on this side. Big amount of special damage onto all of them, but the rest will get into the tower and get back to safety. But now it's a 50 villager to 32 villager, 31 villager differential. Zucolo could potentially move up to the top side, I guess, and try and defend up here a little bit, but life is going to be very tough. I'm surprised he's not on this hunt here as well. That would be the place that's very, very safe to be. You can always run through the wall there. Villagers up to the top side as well. Darthnok's playing this Uranus almost exactly like you would play Gaia to some degree, except with Hyperion as well. No Sky Passages really seen yet. Is he going to be dropping 2 down? But the game, not over just yet. Zucolo going to be fighting it out. You've always got somewhat of a shot here as Norse versus Atlantean. You've always got somewhat of a shot. Atlantean players, they generally have somewhat of an advantage. So playing from behind, you know, you can micro a little bit. You can deal with it. This Darthnok's going to be moving up onto this side. Going to push through here, break through the wall, see what he can do. Meanwhile, a hill fort attempting to come up over here with 15 seconds remaining on it as the wall going to get broken down. We see the Carnivora coming through, going to eat one, throw an axeman. Zucolo attempting to desperately finish this one up. A shockwave will easily deny this hill fort from getting finished up as Zucolo does pull off it to take the fight. But look at the army differential here. 4.4k to 2k. And Zucolo, in that moment, will tap out as Darthnok's claims the first win in this best of 5 series. And I figured out exactly what I did here, and everything is going to come back to normal as we fix this all. I shouldn't be doing this here, should I? Anyways, the first game what am I doing? All right, we're just gonna click a button here. We're gonna go to an intermission. I'm gonna fix this up and we're gonna be right back with game 2. Alrighty, look, it looks so much better now. We completely fixed it. It was all my fault. I am the problem. I hit some random button I shouldn't have hit by accident. That was very, very silly. It's all on me, or it's silly Billy. But we are going to be moving into our next map, which is going to be on Budapest. And this is going to be the first time you get to see this map on this stream. I'm really excited about this map. I really, really like it. So we'll see how it goes. The players have picked their gods. It's going to be a pretty interesting matchup here, all things considered. I would not expect one of these gods to be here, and that god is Shenong. Hades obviously makes a lot of sense, but the Shenong on the side of Darthnok's, as everything is flipped the wrong way on this screen as well, but that's okay. I can fix that. So Hades for Zucolo makes perfect sense. The Greeks are always going to be a god that the pros are going to be really, really liking. Just on the fact Yeah, the pros are always going to be liking this map just on the fact that it's a really simple map to play. You don't need a huge amount of experience to play the Greek side of things, whereas playing a different god on a water map, a Shenong, a Thor, a Loki, they're all kind of, I think they're all kind of strong, but the experience factor is the deal. The experience factor is the big deal. So the question here is going to be, does Darth Nox have the experience with Shenong against Hades? Does he know the game plan he needs to follow to find a win versus Hades here? There's going to be a lot of problems to have to deal with. Things like the Super Hades army is just really strong versus China in general. So you have to figure out how you're going to play around that. Whether you're going to go in with a whole bunch of myth units or you're going to try and get to your super strong cavalry and things like that. But we will see how it all goes. Darth Nox up 1-0 already. Has to feel good getting off to a big win first and foremost. The problem for Darth Nox moving on in this series now, however, is he's got no more Atlanteans. He did actually self-ban Kronos because, well, maybe he just expected Zuklo to take Kronos first. But realistically, I think Darth Nox could have got away with picking both Uranus and Kronos, as Zuklo, if there's a prio pick like Tsukiyomi there, which I know that Zuklo is going to be wanting to grab, he's going to pick that up. And in fact, Zuklo in this draft, looking at his draft, he's picked Tsukiyomi, he's picked Set. These are two incredibly high priority gods for the top players. These guys love these gods. Isis, Tsukiyomi, Set, Uranus as well. Those gods are going to be right up there. So Zuklo is going to be somewhat happy. He's not having to use either of those gods just yet in this series. He's got some big power picks for later in the series. But being down 0-1 as Zuklo, this has to feel like a must-win game here. You've only got, there's only 5 games. You have only first to 3. You don't have much else going for yourself. We're going to be jumping into game number 2, however, on the map Budapest. Let's get it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Into game number 2 in the left-hand corner, we've got ourselves Darth Nox playing as Shenong. And Zuklo, not off to the best start in the world, playing as Hades here. Ooh, did he misposition the storehouse? I feel like he may have. Oh, he didn't. Oh, God, that's lucky. This is the worst feeling. It's not the biggest of deals. I mean, it is, but it's not like game ending or anything. It's just really frustrating. And the like the mental toll that you take from dropping a storehouse in the wrong spot, and then the villager's not gonna be able to get in and all be hyper efficient. The mental toll is pretty fierce. But let's talk about this map, as it's the first time we're gonna be seeing it on this stream. Other people have picked it through the tournament thus far. So if you go back and watch some of the other qualifier games, you will notice it. However, let's have a little check here. The backside does have 8 fish. So you can get these fish. It's very difficult to contest this unless you're playing like a god like Isis, or you have a flying unit that can get in and harass this, like Gaia, get in with the Stymphalian birds or something and attack this. You've also got the side fish, which also has 8 fish here. This is contestable. Very simple. Very similar to an Anatolia-like distance from your hometown center. No problems there. What is interesting is that both players decide to go for the back fish first. Now, my guesstimation on this is because it's impossible for my opponent to take my fish on the back here, or very difficult. I mean, maybe like a Kronos could, but very difficult to take my back fish here. Holy moly, thank you for the gifted subs. I am just obscure. Appreciate you, my friend. You're a legend. Because it's so difficult to take this fish, why not just go for the middle fish first, is my contention. Now, obviously, these guys have practiced. They probably tried this stuff. Maybe there's some risks involved in doing that type of thing. But effectively, after you put up your second dock, you're going to be wanting the fish anyway. So you could open dock here, and grab 8 fish from both sides, or even 16 fish from both sides before your opponent even gets there, and then pop your dock on the back and get another 8 fish, netting you 24 fish to 8, which is a gigantic advantage, right? But neither player opting to do that. In fact, neither player opting to go for the middle at all at the moment. At all. Temple coming down for Darth Nox over here. There are some relics on the map. Let's have a little cheeky look. We've got the Dwarven Horseshoes, improves cavalry speed, plus 5%. Over onto the bottom here, there is the Scales of Echidna. Myth units are cheaper, minus 15% of each. Up to the top side there as well, we've got the Ogre Bitten Helm. This one's going to be hit points plus 10% for the heroes. And to the very top of the map, Tusk of the Iron Boar, plus 10% cavalry hit points. So, funnily enough, if Darth Nox can get both those relics on the top side and the bottom side of the map, all of a sudden he gets to roleplay as a kind of hybrid Nouveau with the cavalry bonus, while also having his Shenong strengths. So he's going to be able to actually build himself some really, really strong White Horse Cav or Tiger Cav in this one. As Zucolo actually looking like he's going for a very quick second town center behind this. I quite like this. This is a really, really interesting idea. He's got 2 back gold mines here. A nice quick second town center leads to a lot of security. 1 town center aggro plays here from Shenong are normally pretty slow, so you can generally pay them off even with somewhat of a fish boost, as we do see a dock coming up now in the middle of the map from Darth Nox. As these villagers will have to pop from one side of the map to the other side. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Minotaur coming through here, and it's going to start whacking these units and all the other good stuff. Does manage to pick off 1 villager there, as the town center will end up finishing up for Zucolo. Darth Nox gets the information, but what's he going to go for? I mean, the angle of like maybe a quick new bar here makes some sense. You've got a bit of a boosted favor generation rate from your docks over here. Could go into a whole bunch of those Tautiers to try and break some stuff. But we'll see what Darth Nox is going to be attempting to go with. As some walls up onto the back. Darth Nox is Zuko, excuse me. He's just going to now start to get a dock up and start grabbing himself some extra fish to get even more economy going here. You have to remember, he's only just going to be getting himself now per scene. So his 8 fish turn into, like, I guess 12-ish unupgraded fishing ships with that technology. So that's going to help out his food situation, which is in a bit of a struggle town. And then he's also going to be able to get these fishing spots over here as well slowly. Darth Nox, on the other hand, just continuing to do fishing shenanigans here as well. And it does look like he is going for a fast heroic. There's another interesting idea maybe for Darth Nox to try here. We'll see if he's going to do it. He still has that option with a fast heroic. He could go straight to the Mythic Age because you got the food boost from... I would love to have all the fish already grabbed. If he had at least 16 here, he'd have a gigantic food boost, which would allow him to basically race to the Mythic Age, and then he can use the Drought plus Great Flood to kill off basically everything. Basically kill off everything, and then he's going to be in a really, really good position, right? You can kill off the Talent Center, you kill off everything else. He's going for the Rushol angle at the moment. A Machine Workshop coming down. Machine Workshop, military camp. He's going to be starting to mass up an army and looking for somewhat of a push here. Double archery rangers coming through as well on the back. Zucolo deciding an extra dock over here as well. More docks coming down. He's just playing... This is such a slow angle from Zucolo. Of course, he's playing Hades, and it's like a defensive god. You don't really want to deal... You don't really want to deal with all too much. But... How do I put this? If you're just going to play defense, you can play slow, but you've got to be very active on the scouting. You really got to know what your opponent's doing. And Zucolo here... He's taking a risk moving forward, but it's a great risk. He's going to be able to actually get some economic damage in, as Darth Nox is really doesn't have anything out just yet. In fact, what is he really going to... He's going to lose a villager as well. What is he really going to do to defend against all of this stuff? He needs to get units out, Dow swordsmen, some heroes. This Kwafu is going to be caught out as well. As the army going to attempt to chase this down? But the rush roll will be in. That's going to be the Baihu as a free myth unit. So you can go in there and at least get some villager kills with that one. Kwafu going down. That's so gigantic. And he buys himself a military camp with a tower attachment here as well. That's absolutely wild. A gigantic spend from Darth Nox. As Darth Nox is just looking like he's somewhat out of sorts in this matchup on this map. Meanwhile, Chongqi on the back here from Darth Nox is going to be getting cleaned up. And there's the Aphrodite pre-queued from Zucolo. As, of course, if he keeps this town center advantage with the villager advantage that he's got, and gets the heroic age without losing anything, the advantage that Zucolo gets in the matchup is just insane. Because he can click Curse, that pays for his heroic age to some degree, gets himself a Nemean Lion, gets himself free ballistics, can get into his Peltas to take out any sort of ranged units here from Darth Nox. Meanwhile, Zucolo Military Academy coming through. Now seeing an attempt at a cheeky little wall over here from Zucolo, but Darth Nox spots it. So the dock is spotted. We are seeing some actual boats coming through here. The Pentaconta, Trireme as well. Pentaconta picking off a citizen or a villager here would be wild. Unfortunately, it's not targeting the peasant. Instead, going after a myth unit, and Zucolo misses that one as Darth Nox is going to sit on this spot for even longer. We'll be able to take this down. No real advantages here from Zucolo. In fact, he lost a villager for this and the dock and everything else. But he does keep the army at bay. He does keep this army at bay for sure. Up onto the top side here, the Bears. What are they doing? Get them out of here. No problems. Aphrodite will come through, and then there's just going to be an immediate fortress. To some degree here, Zucolo can literally just walk forward and drop the fortress in on this spot, and then he can put his sentinels down, and he can start looking to siege this, because he's not even behind on military. It's 2 TC versus 1 TC, not behind on military, nearly a 20 villager advantage for Zucolo in this moment. As he wanders over here with his villagers, there is, of course, Fey Beasts available, but on the flip side, there's going to be a restoration here to combat this as he charges in. There's the curse coming down. The Fey Beast will be able to run away. Never chase the singed is the rule, but a little bit of chasing here as now lightning weapons as well getting dropped in, and no retreat from Zucolo as he's going to be attempting to hold this position. And it looks like he's got more than enough to make it work. Zucolo gets himself up his fortress. The medium Chukonu, not going to be that useful either. And then I imagine immediately here you can just straight ahead go into Metropolis. The other angle is to go straight to the Mythic Age, enjoy having Hephaestus, full upgrades, and then your army just becomes somewhat unkillable. As Zucolo also moving up to the top corner. Nice fundamental play here, getting his walls, locking off that position. Darthnox going to be dropping his own ballet at the top. So you notice that some relics have been picked up, and we do have the Ogre Bitten Helm and Tusk of the Iron Boar for Zucolo in. Meanwhile, Gilded Shields coming through for Darthnox as he wants to make use of as many of these Dow Swordsmen as he possibly can. Up onto the top here as well. There is the Skylar coming in as Zucolo just continuing to cause problems for Darthnox. This is what I was kind of saying at the start of the series, is that Zucolo is an APM player. These maps here with the water on the sides and all that other stuff, all of this stuff is just like, he's got so much time because he's so fast. He gets so much done. As Darthnox is just poking it onto this side, looking for any sort of problems that he can manage to deal with. Like, he just wants to poke in and find some damage, but there's nowhere apart from here. So the only real spot here the only real risk that Zucolo is taking, he doesn't even need to take that risk, but he's sitting there. Hephaestus is the god of choice. Zucolo is taking the very safe option, not going for a big heroic age siege. However, Wang Di not super far behind here. The only issue is that Zucolo hasn't gotten himself golden apples, but I was going to say he's going to be able to get to 100 favor really, really quickly. He's got 10 villages on favor. If he grabs golden apples, he's going to be up to 100 favor very soon. Another restoration does mean that the Qinglong, the Yinglong is not going to be that effective. You just click restoration when he zooms in, and then your heroes and archers are going to be able to take him out. It's now the Metropolis sieging away at this ballet. We've got those back medium Chukonu. They are somewhat scary, but I mean, Darthnox is not Darthnox. Zucolo has Peltas. Not that many, but enough here to slowly stake these out. You have to remember that the Chukonu are a 3 population unit. They do damage like a 3 population archer does, but they're sitting inside of like what a 2 population unit looks like. So the size of the Darthnox army is a little bit more of a blob than you would expect. As Plenty Vault comes down there for Zucolo, and he's got himself his Colossus. He's getting himself his armory upgrades immediately. He's got all 3 armories, or he's only got 2 armories, excuse me. He will be grabbing those upgrades very, very quickly. And Zucolo, I must say, is in a commanding position here. And he is grabbing himself the Golden Apples technology. For some reason out of the town center. But nonetheless, he's grabbing it. It's now the Mythic Age for Darthnox to come through. Wang Di is in. There will be a big fat dragon to come in. But I mean, you've still got Chiron, Ajax. There's also Perseus that can get built out and is in fact coming through. That's the Yinglong to come in. But where? Where did he go with it? Oh, the Yinglong over here to try and take out the Colossus. It's going to be spending a very, very long time to take this bad boy out. Does 40 divine damage every 2 seconds. That's a lot of HP on that Colossus there. Will eventually go down, but misses out on so much value over here. The champion units in for Zucolo. The fight coming through. And this is going to be lights out, I think, for Darthnox's army. As the Petropoli going to take everything out behind this. And Darthnox in the 16th minute of this game, 17th minute of this game, will tap out. And Zucolo does manage to equalize. Some incredibly solid Hades play. I have to say, Darthnox scouted the second town center. You have to know that this map has got these back gold mines on it. Now, if you want to play aggressive, you can. Dock, transport, in onto the back. These gold mines are not safe by any stretch of the imagination from a creative player. But Darthnox went for this weird fast heroic, got there at the same time roughly as, or not the same time, got there pretty early, but didn't do anything with it. Took damage while he went to the heroic age. And he just could not quite make this one work. In fact, I feel like had Darthnox had grabbed all of his fish here and also taken this side, as Zucolo went for the town center, he would have been in a much, much better position. Economically speaking, he probably would have been in the heroic age faster. He probably wouldn't have taken any damage from that initial attack because he would have already had units out. And then maybe, just maybe, he can make a big fat push back and actually do what he wanted to do. But a little bit of, how do you say, like, uncoordinated play from Darthnox and Zucolo manages a very simple defense here. We'll jump back over to the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 3, and see what see if Darthnox can get it together after a really nice start, but falling in that second one. Alrighty, now into our next game here. We've got ourselves the win for the Uranus there and for the Hades there. Our next game is going to be on Haywire. This is one of my favorite maps, I think, in the entirety of this tournament. And we got some really, really interesting picks. So it's going to be a Ra versus Amaterasu on Haywire. And why is this super interesting? Well, the reason it's interesting is mostly because Ra has got access to shifting sands, which means that you can escape that back forest to a really, really safe back position, and you can kind of get somewhat of a boom going. That's kind of the big reason where that's concerned. So we'll see how it's going to go. Haywire is a really close map. You do have to worry about the weasels, but you do have priests and things like that to deal with them all. And there's a lot of other shenanigans that can go into this one, but the players, they're already in. Let's jump into the game here. Darthnox 1, Zucolo 1. Onto the map, Haywire. Let's go. Off we go into game number 3 on the top of the map here. Now we have the Amaterasu from Darthnox, and in the bottom of the map, we've got ourselves Zucolo as the red Ra. Like I was saying before the game, the big special thing about this map, besides the fact that both of the players spawn incredibly close together, is the fact that there is a big, fat forest behind the town center. Big, fat forest behind the town center. Of course, you can simply walk around here and grab the town center. There's no problems with doing that. It's probably around about the same distance as it would normally be to walk to your like third town center, so to speak. So it's a little bit further than you would normally want to walk to a second town center. But you can still do it. You see people grabbing third town center sort of settlements all the time, right? But the more important thing here is that Zucolo can go. He can pick this town center. He could pick this town center. He could pick this town center. He can pick this town. It doesn't matter because he can just go there and it's far away from the starting position that Darthnox is in. Now, what Darthnox has here is he's got the ability to use his Kamatachi to just be anywhere on the map and be ready to raid on the backsides. Now, you do have options here to just wall everything off. So for example, if you grab the town center here, you can wall off this, you can wall off this, you can wall off this, and then all of a sudden he's going to be pretty safe to all of that pressure. But we'll see how it's all going to go. We'll see how it's all going to go. But definitely against the Amaterasu, you do want to be playing a defensive game here, I think, from the Ra side of things. A completely different angle here for Zucolo could be to actually go fast go in for a whole bunch of Sphinx and use those in a similar way that the Kamatachi are being used, just to raid, just to keep Darthnox in his main base, and then you can play for the second gold mines, which spawn either side of the play here. So there's so many different options. And of course, the other big weakness there for Egyptians on this map is if you don't have the shifting sands to get out, actually it's not that big of an advantage, I'll talk about it, but you can't really chop through all this wood very quickly because you don't have that much spend early game on wood. You do, however, have the rock, so you can use that to escape and get over to the backside. So there's lots and lots of different options where that's concerned. As Amino Uzume is going to be coming through a little bit on the late side here from Darthnox, I'd say. If we're playing a really small map like this, I would often be thinking very fast advance makes sense because you're going to be in your opponent's base really quickly and you're going to be able to hurt them. But after all is said and done here, Zukalo, pretty quick advance. Not really, kind of slow. He's going to get away with it. Darthnox, not the fastest advance, not going to be able to do a whole lot. One thing here that Zukalo can do is he could shoot the deer underneath his main town center, and then he doesn't have to really worry about the weasels coming in and killing him because he can just garrison into the town center, no problems, while he waits out the solar shield. But if he's out on this side here, then of course that's going to be somewhat of an issue. Meanwhile, wow, that is the earliest of walls coming up from Zukalo. I really like this. Very early on, getting these walls in. And then what? Monument to the Soldiers coming up. The Kamatachi is on the way. A second one is already in queue here. Not going for the upgrade. Instead, just going to get 2 out and get ready to pressure. Of course, the Pharaoh is here to defend. You can heal up the villagers. You can attack the Kamatachi. No problems. Meanwhile, up onto the top here, Darthnox has spotted this. Now, Zukalo can do some gate shenanigans here by walking from one side to the other. I like taking the wooden wall down as well. Actually, I don't know if he can. This wall here, yeah, this wall's only 9 costing. This one's 15, right? You need a 15 gold wall to actually get this wall. Another villager getting sent. Hello? Zukalo, the madman. That's 2 villagers down already. 2 villagers down already. No usages of the solar shield at all. And Darthnox has now secured himself legitimately an insane advantage in this game. Axeman, Spearman coming out though for Zukalo. We'll see if he can put some pressure back on. One of the big advantages here for Zukalo is the fact that he doesn't have really any weaknesses with these Wadgets. They're really, really strong if you've got position, right? If you've got position, if you don't get surrounded, if you don't get collapsed in onto. On top of that, because he's got the position here in the center, he can start poking the enemy villagers here, no problems. So Darthnox is going to attempt to grab as many of these berry bushes as he possibly can, but what Zukalo can do now is he can run the Wadgets forward, and I'm pretty sure it's 3 shots. It might be 4, but if he gets 3 shots off onto one of these villagers, the poison will kill the villager. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I think I'm wrong on that. Maybe it's 4 shots. Nonetheless, the Weasel here getting that perfect usage of Solar Shield. Is there enough stuff here? It's looking like there's more than enough stuff here from Darthnox. Zukalo losing all of his Wadgets here. The Bushy in as well. That Kamatachi surviving forever because of the Solar Shield finally does end up going down. But Darthnox wins that fight so obscenely fast here. And Zukalo has to pull back into his main base. Now, Slinger's going to come out. There's still this shifting sands idea from Zukalo. So there is like a world where he just keeps playing regardless of what's happening. But that fight was not it for Zukalo in the slightest. He's going to throw an armory down. And then what? Like he wanted to get onto the villages, but like Darthnox too strong there. Is this a buff a Wadget's angle? I don't think so. I think it's a user error problem. Oh dear, but we'll see what Zucolo can do. He's popping up around the map. He's still got some units here that are going to be very, very strong. The Slinger's obviously very good versus those Yumi Archers. Such a mismatch of units though, and the Samurai are so good that they don't really need the micro. They're going to be fine if they hit Axemen. They're going to be fine if they hit the Spearmen. Whereas the Axemen have to hit the Spearmen. Sorry, the Axemen have to hit the Samurai. The Spearmen have to hit the Cavalry. There's now Zucolo back in for another attempt at this pressure. Random pigs just wandering around the map. As Darthnox is going to send a little raiding party off into potentially the main base. Though the Slingers over here will get spotted. They do dodge that special attack from the Kamatachi. But he's going to be able to get away without too many losses here. But every little bit of damage here hurts so much. There's still more Wadgets coming through. Answer no. I mean, he's getting himself upgrades for farms and stuff like that. Now yet again going to attempt to get his wall back up onto the top. Obelisk coming through here as well. And Darthnox wandering forward. And the army differential is just absolutely gigantic here. Like he sees the army and it doesn't look that big. Because there's 8 samurai. And samurai costs 4 population. So when you see 8 samurai, you have to imagine you're seeing 16 infantry units there. So yet again, Darthnox with the perfect usage of Solar Shield there to keep the Kamatachi in the fight for as long as possible. The front line melts. And Zucolo, I think he is just absolutely... He shot his shot, and it has not worked out for him here. I'm not sure what else he can really do while staying in the classical age. Gets to the heroic age, at the very least, he can start microing chariot archers. But now this army of Darthnox realizes how much of an advantage it has, charging into the main base here, taking out so many units. The Slingers can start doing some garrison shenanigans and things like that, but there's just nothing really left here. 620 resource military count versus 2.9k military count as villages are also going to start to fall. More samurai coming in, and Darthnox just does not care about this town center. And on the other side, Zucolo's got no gold in the bank, so he can't upgrade his towers. I don't think Darthnox is ever going to need to leave this base anymore. Units will pop out and they're going to insta-die. As the villagers over here attempting to make a run for it, but they will end up going down. Villagers popping out over here. They will be able to get a quick snipe onto the samurai before diving back in. He doesn't have himself Skin of the Rhino, so no significant upgrades or anything like that. And Zucolo in that moment does tap out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a game and a half there. Zucolo, he went for the Wadget pressure, but I think he went a little bit early maybe. Like, if you have 4 Wadgets, and you have a big fat army, and you get the obelisk up, and you just creep forward, your opponent to charge forward into you takes so much damage from the range of those Wadgets that oftentimes you're already winning the fight before it starts. But in this situation, Zucolo just went super hard, super fast. He also lost so much economy here. 2 villages down plus the walls. Brutal on the early game. So that put him behind as well. And I think he realized that he was trying to make something happen early. Just could not get it together. Nonetheless, Darthnox now on match point. If he wins this one, he goes into the winner's bracket. We'll see if Zucolo can strike back here. This has been a pretty decisive series so far in terms of the victor of each game. It's been a domination from Darthnox, then a domination from Zucolo, then a domination from Darthnox. We'll see if it's going to keep going that way or not. Let's jump back over to the drafting scene and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. All right, we're going in onto Frozen Continent here. It's going to be a set versus Noir. Whoops. A set versus... Oh, we had... I screwed it up. Gosh darn it. And that was Haywire. Okay, and that was... Let me just do another one. Okay. A set versus Noir on Frozen Continent. Is that right? On Frozen Continent, indeed. Alrighty. Save. Perfect. Okay. So I guess set versus Noir, bit of an interesting one. You've got... I don't know exactly what the super advantage from Noir here is on this map. Why we see the Noir. Potentially, the angle here is to use the early game creation to get the dock started super early. You can quickly get yourself, say, maybe 4 docks out really, really quick with 2 creations, and then you can get your fishing ships in without really having a huge amount of cost. That could be the angle here from Darth Nox. On the side of Zukalo, he's got the cheaper docks from Egyptian. They do take longer to build, though, and they're costing gold. But there's also the angles of fast advances with set into a second town center, which is also super valid as well. But nonetheless, it's going to be a very interesting one. The first water map went well for Zukalo. I guess the next one here, we'll see how it's going to go. Clearly from the draft here from Darth Nox, he's not liking those water maps, so that's a thing there as well. But nonetheless, let's jump into the next one, which is on Frozen Continent. Here we go into the 4th game of the series. This is match point for Darth Nox, and we are already seeing something very interesting from the side of Darth Nox. No dock. No dock start from Darth Nox as he spawns in as the Blue Noir. On the left side of the map for Zukalo, he does decide to go for the starting dock. Now, you can do a build which is effectively 2 fishing ships, and that's it with set. No problems. Completely fine. Works lovely. You can get a quick advance in. You can then go for the town center. It's totally fine. Alternatively, you can go for a gigantic dock spam and be in a really good position economically speaking. I've heard many different people talking about the effectiveness of this. Like, say, if you play Greek, I have to spend 100 wood on the dock. I have to spend 100 wood on the 2 fishing ships. That's 200 resources for effectively 2 villages, which is a big spend, plus the idle time of the villager building the docks. So let's just add another 50 to 100 resources onto that. Maybe 50 resources onto that. So it is a big spend to get these docks up, but it's free food, infinite food for the rest of the game. That is really, really big. Whereas if you go for the town center route, you're going to have to put farms down eventually. That's going to be a little bit difficult to do, right? But we'll see. We'll see what the plan is here for Darth Nox. He's going to be actually not going for the Hero Kwafu. This is the second time I've seen this. People not going for Hero Kwafu with Noir. Is this now standard? I don't really know. He's going for 2 Kwafu. I think this is a very specific build from China, which allows you to have 3 Quafu and a pretty fast advance time. I could be wrong on that, but that's what he's going for. And I imagine there's going to be a second town center coming in after this. I don't really, unless you go for a chill and rush, which does make sense. Nice fast advance, 0 spend on the favor, and then you get chilling in and you rush your opponent with those. That makes some sense, but if you're just going to go for the Quafu opening, I think it has to be a second town center, as we do have Hal 2 coming through. Another angle is to get the quick advance in, and we are actually going to see this. Quick advance in and then spam docks, which is really, 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 really interesting. Zuglo on the other side here, he's scouting. He's seen 0 docks up, so that's going to give him somewhat of an idea of what's going on. But yeah, this is... I'm super confused. I really am. I don't know what the plan here is for Darthnox. This is not something that I would have even considered to try, which is like a somewhat of an economic boom. So delayed docks, delayed fish. You can see Zuklo's already up to his 3rd dock getting started here. He's got himself his fish popping out. He's going to the next age quickly. He's going to be able to go for a town center himself if he wants to. Lots and lots of different options. He's got himself pickaxe in as well, super quick. And his monument to the soldiers is going to be coming through. The other option would have been, I think, for Noir, is like I was saying in the early game, drop creation and then you can pump the docks up. The other option would be to get to the classical age, then drop creation. You got 4 villagers that can pump up those docks really, really quickly for you as well. That could be another sort of idea. Unless the Cheongchi gonna be coming through, flying overhead and doing its thing. And there goes the vision from Zuklo as, wow, he really didn't get the information that he wanted here. Doesn't see the docks, doesn't see anything, doesn't see any military buildings. You're going to be looking at this thing going, ooh, he's got 4 villages on food. He's got the Quafu up onto the top. What is he going for? A couple of spearmen now starting to come out for Zuklo as well, as maybe you can look to block a second town center, but Darthnox is not going for that in the slightest. He might even be just going for like some weird fast heroic with fishing ships getting built instead of the dock. I don't know what that is, but he might be going for that into a whole bunch of raiders, like a whole bunch of White Horse cavalry. Another dock up over here. There's more fishing ships to come in. And all the animals here that have been converted. The poor snow monkeys have set. They just all get picked off. They're all killed. And he's like, all right, go villagers. Do your thing. As Zuklo now going to start to look for his raids. He does know that he has somewhere to attack over here, but they have moved from that position. Take a look at what he's actually seen. Doesn't know that the villagers are here. He knows there's stuff onto the backside there, but whether you want to go onto that or not, I don't know. Some more houses from Darthnox to come down, and you see the clairvoyance technology, more spearmen. And they do pop in here as Darthnox does need to somewhat react to this. The spearmen, do they manage to get a villager pick here? Answer no. No vill pick, but not really taking any damage from the town center with some good control. Charging up to the top here, trying to find some more villager kills. The earth wall gets dropped down. Do you want to kill the villager or do you want to get out of here is the question. That is the question. He's got to pop up here and he's going to take out the earth wall. He finds another villager to snipe. Maybe it doesn't matter. Watchtowers is now in. And these spearmen are just going to continue to run around this position, trying to find their escape here. There is no escape, as the wall will be finishing up. In 3 seconds, it gains 50% armor, so there's a little bit of damage in. Turning around and trying to at least take out the Pioneer. A bit of a sacrifice. Getting a couple of resources back for this. But the Spearman will go down. And the raid, how successful? 5-6 spearmen for a pioneer and 2 peasants. Seems pretty good, if you ask me. Meanwhile, behind this, Zuklo now says it's time for Sekhmet as he's going for another dock up onto this side. Can't take any of this position though. Oh, he's actually, no. Sure. I would never. Of course, you build the war barge, your opponent has to garrison the fish, then your fish can steal his fish. Right? Sort of makes sense. Now these fishing spots can go over to Zukalo, and that forces... He's building a Meng Chong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I genuinely do not believe that we're having a world where 2 fish is being fought over. I do not believe another dock coming up over here. Oh my god, that's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Just send units up there and kill the dock. The villager does get spotted, does go down. Citadel now up. Migdol's stronghold going to be coming up over here to secure the gold mine. And Darth Nox decides to actually go for Rushol here. Darth Nox decides Rushol. I would expect, as you'd have to hear Kwafu out, I would expect to see here most of the time the Golmang, the Golmang minor god, which gives you access to stronger cavalry with Nuwa. But instead, wants that Rushol, making stronger infantry as his sort of focus here. And he is indeed grabbing himself the medium infantry, making fire archers, and all the other good stuff. Darth Nox making a little bit of a move forward, maybe a tiny bit too early, but it might be linking up nicely. There's only one hero in this army, so Fey Beasts will be really valuable here. As he runs away from this, he's not going to be dropping the Fey Beast, it looks like. Just get back home. I think it would be a nice usage. You pick off a whole bunch of units, but instead holds on to it. No problems. For the moment here, let's just do a little quick stock take on the fishing ship situation. There's 12 for Zukalo. There's 7 for Darth Nox. These 2 actually have been idle the entire time. Darth Nox has not put them back out. They're struggling a little bit with the idle units there, as Zukalo not quite able to pull through here. And Fey Beast will come in, and this is going to take out the entirety of this Zukalo army. That's a huge move for Darth Nox here. But Townsend are coming up behind this. No real pushing power for Darth Nox at the moment. So he picks off all the units, but is he going to be able to take out this town center? Maybe, probably not. Town center 2 seconds from completion does end up going up. Villagers going to garrison in. Now the army for Darth Nox needs to pull back. Yeah, there was shifting sand, so Zukalo could have just shifted the army. He probably still would have lost a couple, like the slingers, but the rest might have survived. Meanwhile, is this a market? Yeah, market coming out. There's so much food for Zukalo. I don't think he even needs to have villagers on food at the moment. He's got 15 villagers with 12 fishing ships and 3 villagers on food, but he's got so much. He's not spending where that's concerned. Now elephants starting to come through. One really, really surprisingly strong composition for Egyptian versus China is Elephant Slinger. And you might be like, Boit, why would I go Elephant Slinger? That's just like doubling down on picking off my enemy archers. Aren't they just not going to build archers if they see that? And I say to you, well, the elephants are an insane tank. Slingers with Sekhmet they get bonus damage versus infantry there. So all of a sudden, your opponent can't really make infantry, can't really make archers, and the elephant are tanking up enough against cavalry that it's totally fine. Your slingers get the damage off, and it works. But that being said, Zucolo does have to play some defense here as Darth Nox is threatening a lot of damage to come through onto this town center. Who does end up going down. It's going to be a difficult fight to win here. You're fighting underneath the Migdol Stronghold Town Center and a pretty nice amount of units with basically 0 infantry. So those fire archers don't really do a whole lot. But we'll see if Zucolo can micro this one. His elephant over here tanking up a fair bit. Town Center still getting into that damage as the Dow Swordsmen are going to be getting picked off, and Darth Nox does need to pull back for the time being. Now Zucolo will just prepare himself back up, and he kind of just pulls himself back into this game with that sort of engagement there from Darth Nox. If Darth Nox took it a little bit slower, grabbed his town centers maybe, played for a little bit later in the game, he probably could have ridden the advantage he got from Fey Beast a little more. But in trading back then, I'm not sure there's much of an advantage remaining here, as now Zucolo is going to start up with his Chariot Archer micro. This is what makes these units so strong. Generally, making White Horse Cavalry or Tiger Cav is your answer here. You can go in for Javelineers, but Zucolo is just going to continue to take unit after unit after unit out. We will see Bone Bow as well in the queue, which turns those 19 range chariots, already a lot, into 21 range. And then what? Does he have a Javelin in here? Javelineer in? No Javelineer in. Zucolo, a little bit of... Oh, there is one here. These are at 17 at medium. So they'll go 17, 18, 19 when they get to champion. But the Chariot Archers are going to be able to space for the rest of the game with really good control. And Zucolo does have that ability. Darth Nox going to be attempting to deal with this, though, with the Gong Gong as the villagers moving up to the top side. A ballet on this side. This actually doesn't protect the villagers. It doesn't protect the villagers at all. Zucolo is just going to be able to shoot and scoot here non-stop, continue to pick off units, but then also be able to pick off villagers if the army runs away. Darth Nox is in a really, really bad position now. There's no way to defend this. The houses are in the wrong spot. The ballet needs to be flipped. Chariot Archer is going to be erasing villagers as the army has to now take a fight, and it's just impossible to win this fight. He's coming in with the one White Horse Cavalry. That's not going to do anything. In fact, Zucolo, if he wants to, he can send the rest of this army up here. He's got such a crazy advantage now. And you can see the White Horse Cavalry comes in, gets 2 shots off, and then he's out of there. And every unit is just dying in one volley from this shoot and scoot from Zucolo. I really like that he's taking his time with it, using the speed of the Chariot Archer. They have 5 speed. You don't have to shoot at exactly 1.5 speed. You can shoot, go 2 seconds of running, shoot, 2 seconds of running, and you're always going to stay out of range. A couple more White Horse Cavalry do manage to come through. Darth Nox does actually manage to prevent his villagers from suffering any more losses, but Thoth is on the way. And Darth Nox in that moment does decide to tap out as Zucolo is just seemingly too far in front. He doesn't want to fight it out. The score differential is ridiculously big, and it's just going to be a little bit too much for him, it seems. So he taps out, and Zucolo does manage to force a game number 5 here today, ladies and gentlemen. A nice little force here. Nice win from Zucolo. Got to feel good, but yet again, this is the 4th game where it's feeling like one player just outclassed the other player really, really badly. Like, it's been very one-sided games thus far, even though the score is 2-2. So we move into the final game. That both players have got two gods left in their pool to pick from. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what options they've got. Alrighty, so the set one. There's Zeus and Tsukiyomi for Sukalo. Darth Nox has got Fushi and Poseidon. So some pretty strong gods at the moment. So what's going to be the picks? It's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Fushi matchup here on the final map, which is Dry Arabia. Now, Dry Arabia is a really, really nice, big, defensive map. And what does that mean? Well, it means you can play defense. You can play 2 TC ideas. You don't have to kind of sit there and play these sort of Tsukiyomi style all-ins. Like, you don't have to do that. But is Darth Nox going to be able to play the defense here? He's picked China 3 times in this series, and every single time he's picked China, he has not been able to convert. He's not been able to convert. So, if we had to give the momentum to someone going into Game 5, yes, Zukalo just won, but on top of that, Darth Nox hasn't found a victory with the Chinese gods in the Chinese pantheon just yet. So Zukalo is he's gonna get into this game. He's gonna be having the advantage. Not only that, Zukalo is on Tsukiyomi, and what does Tsukiyomi give? Cavalry. Every single time in this series thus far that Zukalo's had an advantage has been from some type. No, actually, that's a lie. He won with the Hades. But some type of hyper multitasking type ideas. The Hades kind of just played defense, but when he did Unleash, he started making Scarlet on the top while doing a whole bunch of other stuff, while walling up. The Ra didn't go well because he wasn't playing multitasking. He was in one sort of area. The Thor didn't really play well because he was on the defense and he wasn't able to really affect the game with his multitasking. Now he gets Tsukiyomi. He's going to have the advantage with the speed early on. He can get himself double Kitsune with the Naginata Riders to start raiding the Fushi. It's very tough to defend this sort of stuff as China. But it's time now to jump into our 5th game of our first series of the day. Zukalo Darth Nox, player who wins this one takes it. We're in onto the map, Dry Arabia. Let's check it. Here we go, game number 5. Darth Nox in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Fushi. In the left-hand corner of the map, in the red color, we have Zukalo. That's the Tsukiyomi player. It's been a series thus far, a series that can only really be described as a series of domination. Either Zukalo is dominated, or Darth Nox is dominated. Is this going to be one of those series where, or one of these games now where things really go well for one of these players? Or is it going to be one of those ones which is a very tight fight for the entirety of this game? That's the big question. Now, Tsukiyomi in the last tournament was a really big prio pick. Was one of the best gods for sure in our last S tier. But since then, there's been balance patches. Tsukiyomi has been hit with somewhat of some nerfs. Bushido getting hit, New Moon getting hit. But a lot of the power is still there. And the way to play against Tsukuyomi has not really changed. Either you hit them early, you hit them hard, and you force them to waste their new moon on something they don't want to use it on. So, for example, the tower. Or you play a really, really nice defensive game, sacking stuff slowly while your economy pulls you in to a position where you can actually afford to lose some stuff to the big power spikes that the Tsukuyomi has. Those are the options. Nonetheless, we'll see how it's going to go here for Darth Nox. I'll talk about the map a little bit soon. We've got ourselves Staff of Dionysus here. Really, really nice defensive relic there for the villagers so that if they take a little bit of damage, they'll go back up to full HP. Over here we've got the Nose of the Sphinx. This is going to be increasing building hit points by plus 15%. Over onto this side, there is the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Amazing relic for Zucolo. Decent relic as well for Darth Nox here. If he wants to get into those White Horse Cavalry, which he probably will be wanting to. And up onto the top side, we have the Arrows of Heracles, which is increasing the attack of the ranged soldiers and ranged heroes by 5%. Now, map situation. Town center here is okay. Back food with this here, and also 3 elephants on this top side. Though, if Zucolo is raiding hard, you have to kind of put the wall up in front. You get a gold mine on the top corner as well. It's not terrible. It's not amazing. It's not terrible, right? If he wants to go second town center, he might be able to make it work. For Zucolo, on the other hand, he's got something similar. He's got 4 gazelle behind the town center. He's got his elephant over here. He's got the gold mine. If he wants to go to town center, he can probably make it work as well. We got some chatter in the chat. Yes, these maps come from Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4, and Age of Mythology Legacy Edition. We had there's a lot of maps from all of the different places. So yeah, they're into Age of Mythology now, so we get to enjoy them too. Nonetheless, Chiyal as well for Darth Nox. I'm not exactly surprised to see this. Personally, I think I prefer to play Juan Nu in nearly every single matchup at the moment, with the exception of against Norse. When I'm playing Fushi. Reason being is the healing from the Chillin, the technology reincarnation, and also the Divine Books technology gives you cheaper attachments. But Chiyal does give you access to 2 incredibly powerful things: the Lightning Weapons technology, or God Power, and also Master of Weaponry. It was nerfed, or maybe not nerfed. Nerfed is maybe the wrong way to think about it. It was reworked. Now it's stronger in the straight up fight, in the straight up engagement in terms of DPS. But it's weaker on the catching your opponent out. So your opponent can't, your opponent can run away from the halberdiers now without dying. But if they don't run away, they will die faster. Nonetheless, Zucolo, he's already off. Opens up with his cavalry. Not surprised to see this. And he's in the main base of Darth Nox already here. Wafu needs to pull off into the tower. This peasant gets taken out. Does get first blood. There is more. Naginata riders are just going to be just charging into this position. Another villager down. A 3rd villager going to be going down here as well, as Darth Nox is looking completely lost here as to how to defend that early raid. That was just a stock standard raid from Zucolo, but the positioning and control from those cavalry was insane. And Darth Nox just way too cavalier with it. He went for the Imperial Academy first and then built the military camp. He needed to get himself out halberdier. He needed to get himself out halberdier immediately there. And Zucolo pulls back. Now he's dropping his dojo, making samurai make sense here. Behind this as well, we see the Ivory Netsuke super early on. Now, unfortunately, he's lost himself already one Kitsune. The Kitsune nibbles will give just a tiny little bit of gold. But obviously, plans to potentially grab some more units later on is going to be nice. Oh, as the Rhino having some issues here. And the Yatsu do manage to get a bit of a return raid in, picking off one villager there. Up onto the top here, the Juragumo is in. So if she can get just a little bit of damage off, she'll get a little bit of gold there as well. But she's slow. Mostly her power comes from trying to take out enemy cavalry units, right? As they try and take out villages and things like that. As the Dark Nox Pioneer goes down, Zucolo is now yet again finding his way onto this gold mine. As Dark Nox not paying attention, is focusing on this side. Zucolo microing both, managing to potentially catch out these Kwafu who are trying to get through onto the tower. Can he stop this one? It looks like he's going to be able to pick off one Kwafu there as well. But into the main base, the army here of Dark Nox charging in, takes out a bunch of units there. He can now start going after the villages of Zucolo as well, as both players are just taking so much damage. We've got the Swampland getting dropped down here as well, though, as Dark Nox has to bail out on this. He's going to be out of the Swampland, loses one unit as the Yatsa dive back in. And Zucolo still searching here for villages to pick off. Wow, 24-22. Might seem like it's kind of close, but if the Japanese player is in front on villages, that normally doesn't bode well. Over onto this side, Neja coming back in. He's going to be happily getting a trade here. It's not the end of the world. Big amounts of damage onto that Naginata Rider, though. And great micro as well, keeping that one alive. 11 HP. He can pull back into his main base and heal those back up if he wants to. As the Yatsa going to be looking to charge in here. 5.3 speed versus 6 speed. You might not realize it, but cavalry are a good counter to Yatsa. Because 25% HP, or armor, I should say, and they do get outsped by the Naginata Riders. Over onto this side, village is going to be diving into the town center. Miko over here slapping the Yatsa just a little bit. And Zucolo pokes his head over here. Not quite going to get into there anymore as the Halberdier are now through. And the game will continue along as a handful of Onnamusha to come through, but no Samurai just yet. The other thing about this situation now, I guess, for Dark Nox, one thing that he can take somewhat solace in is because he's managed to get Swampland out without any issues. Lost a handful of units, not too many. He's now got lightning weapons to get a lot of damage done, but man, this is Zucolo in his element. He's just going to continue to raid, picking villages off left, right, and center. One thing that Chinese players... Well, China baits you into doing this a little bit because they have this thing called favored land, which you want to expand it as much as you can so that you can get yourself bonus favor, right? Or extra favor income. But it's you're baited into doing this because it actually opens your base up with your slow army. You're not going to be able to defend your villages. So really, in the early game, you want to be building your buildings in such a way that the cavalry can't enter your base. And then later in the game, you want to expand it once you've survived the early game raids, right? That's the sort of important thing. Meanwhile, Hachiman coming through, copper armor, copper weapons, copper shields, going to be coming through as well. There is actually a little trick here with regards to the new moon now. We'll talk about it when we get there, but nonetheless, a bit of a fight on this side as the Naginata Riders, they're not going to be able to win this fight, right? Those are Halberdier. Albert are going to be really strong. He drops that lightning weapons as well. And Zucolo just says, I'm going to sit here and take it. He's going to lose everything. Why is Zucolo not running here? He's got himself the Tengu in, but there is a Najar here. And there's lightning weapons, which affects the Najar. So that's going to get that stun in. But now we have the Shogun to come through as well, which will be able to start spawning Samurai when he gets enough damage in. Villagers onto the top side getting pushed back as Zucolo, while I'm not sure if he's won the fight, lost the fight, or what, but the Onnomushi are going to be going down. The Shogun to just continuously chase these Yatsa around, not getting himself the extra Samurai, and now he's going to start making Yumi horse archers. Darth Nox definitely going to be needing some sort of answer for this as he hits the heroic age here. New Moon does get dropped, and take a look at the upgrades that got researched. He didn't get himself the copper mail in. So you can manage to, the New Moon gets the most expensive upgrades inside of the armory. So the fight continues though. I wanted to go on a big deep theory dive as to what the best way to upgrade your armory is now with New Moon, but we didn't have time for it. And Darth Nox just taps out. There's no fight in the man. There's no dog in this man. He does not want to continue. It seemed like it was going somewhat well for him, but the fact that he went for the fight, the heroic age, and the god power all in one was a big scratch in the head there. I think if he just went full spam, full send, all of a sudden, this fight would have been brutal, and I think Darth Nox probably would have taken this win, but trying to get heroic age, take a fight, and expand, and all the villages, I mean, I don't know, man. But Zucolo there manages to find the dub, and the story of this series was and will continue to be, as it's finished now, a series of domination from start to end. Darth Nox gets a win, dominates. Zucolo gets a win, dominates. Darth Nox gets a win, dominates. Zucolo gets a win, dominates. And then while it seemed like a close game, it just ends in a dominating fashion with another sort of weird decision from Darth Nox as well. But nonetheless, a well-played game here from Zucolo. Gets the win, 3-2, going off to the main event winners bracket. It's not the end of the road here for Darth Nox. He will be in the losers bracket, but a very long road if he in the tournament if he's going to get to the finals. There's a lot of wins he's going to have to find, but well played here. We're going to take the shortest of breaks to get set up for our next series, which is Illuminati versus Eric Biart. It's going to be a banger series. Don't go nowhere. We'll be there very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Another day, another you, another me. We're up to our second game of the day. Are we... Sound? What sound? I don't know. We got ourselves 2 new players, 2 new drafts, and a whole bunch of shenanigans here. You got Eric BR versus Illuminati. The draft is in front of us. Our first game is going to be at Tsukiyomi versus Ra game, as we see 2 incredibly interesting drafts from these players. On the side of Eric, banning out Set and Poseidon. Illuminati bans out Isis and Fushi. Eric first picks Hades. Illuminati grabs himself Thor Ra. Then Eric grabs Kronos Tsukiyomi. Then we see Shenong Uranos from Illuminati. And then we have the Nuwa Zeus from Eric. Susanoo Amaterasu from Illuminati. And finally, Eric finishes... I think I said that wrong. I said that wrong. Eric finishes up with Gaia. I think that might be wrong. But anyways. The players had a little bit of an... unfortunately, a little bit of a false start, it looks like. So they are now in their games. They're off to the races. This is going to be a really fun series. 2 fan favorites, I think. You got the Illuminati stream, and you have the Eric fan club. Eric's first visit to a main event here. He has managed to qualify, so he's been a big part of the Age of Mythology vocal community of nerf, 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 buff, buff, buff. He's a big balance Discord member, and he loves a good chat about a balance. But yeah, we've got ourselves a really interesting one here. I don't even know. I don't even know how to pick this one. Gorge Tsukiyomi versus Ra. Is it going to be interesting? You've got a lot of very defensive abilities with Ra on this map. Tsukiyomi, on the other hand, can you play the timing attack route on this map? There's going to be back gold mines. There's going to be back hunt. It's a wide map. You can move from the right side to the left side. It is a short spawn, however, so early game cavalry raids from Eric might be able to find a lot of value. But one thing that Illuminati does really well is he goes in for a very, very early Skin of the Rhino, nearly always. Nearly always going for a quick Skin of the Rhino. So that means that the early game Naginata Rider raids are not going to be as effective. Not only that, another thing that Illuminati is very, very good at that I've seen from his Egyptian is oftentimes he's going to just have priests out and they can heal up the villagers as well. So he's never going to be a low HP villager just waiting to get sniped. Nonetheless, I mean, I love this map. I think this map has got the potential to have some incredible games on it. And these 2 players, the other thing I think about these 2 guys is they're fighters. Illuminati he's a fighter. Even if he gets behind, he's going to keep trying to play from behind. Never going to give up. Never going to surrender. Unless, of course, he really thinks he's 100% lost. He's going to fight it out. Eric as well. He's had some games. Remember the Eric BR versus Chasing the Sun series, fighting down to the absolute wire on that Mirage game with the Titan knocking on his doorstep, moments from getting finished up. But nonetheless, off we go. Gorge is the map. Game number 1. Let's jump into it. Here we go. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen. Left side of the map, we've got ourselves Eric. Spawns in with the Tsukiyomi, and in the right-hand corner, we have ourselves Illuminati as the red Ra. Illuminati here. Ooh, Oh, I don't think he gets the spawn that he wanted to get. Just looking at the mini-map, but we're going to talk about it. First and foremost, forward gold mine. Not ideal versus Tsukuyomi. You can wall it up with houses, play defense, it's fine. But it's not ideal. You really want that back gold mine if you can get it. On top of this, his second town center, the gold mine is not only in front of the town center, it's also close to the home gold mine. So any early game raids here that Eric's going to be go for, he's going to be able to hit this. He's going to be able to move over here and hit this. So if Illuminati goes for the far second town center, it's not going to be a simple defense for him in the slightest. On the left side as well, it's a similar story. Bit of a better gold spawn. You can get a wall off here and make that somewhat defensive. He's got some spotted deers he could potentially herd in under the town center and eat. But in looking at this map, I'm feeling like Illuminati kind of has to go for a one town center play. I'm feeling like he has to go for a one town center play, but he's not scouting, so he's not going to know what he wants here. He's going to be going for whatever his game plan is. And sometimes you just sort of roll the seeds on Gorge and you go, well, I think I can go for a second town center. So we're just going to go for a no scout, far second town center with as many resources as we possibly can. Meanwhile, Eric on the other side, getting his temple up. He's going to be eating his boars underneath the town center, not needing to drop himself his wood storehouse, the watermill. Does pop up over here. Jumping off onto the back wood line. And we continue along. He could have potentially dropped the watermill over here, and then he would have been able to eat the spotted deer without having to spend an extra 25 wood. Not the biggest of deals. Could have been an option. But nonetheless, the game to continue along. Illuminati just going to get his walls started. Not committing to anything just yet. I do like this to some degree from Illuminati without using the Pharaoh on the monument to the villagers. The only negative for Illuminati here in not using the monument is that his houses and his temple is built way slower because he's not empowering them. But he gets his houses up. He gets his stuff going. That is on the way now. And in the main base here for Eric, I don't see a stable just yet. The house coming through. And it will be a stable. So I'm not surprised to see this. Makes a lot of sense. And he's going to be looking to put some pressure on. Up onto this side. Kitsune. Harassing. Shanking. Nibbling. The priest can just come over here and just heal this up. So you're not going to take too much damage from this. No problems. Over onto this side. Eric looking to get some early game damage with the Zuragumo. Look at the damage she does onto the priest there. It's not upgraded. It's not in the classical age, so you've only got yourself a tiny amount of damage there. But now into the classical age, gets all the damage you need, and Illuminati does decide to open with some early game barracks. Look at this building positioning though from Illuminati. Protects his gold mine perfectly, getting the empowerment on the obelisk such that he can see even more as Illuminati, as Eric is going to be sniping Illuminati's obelisk there, and the priest will have to retreat into the main base, but not pulling back there. Eric getting a lot of damage, not going to quite be able to finish it off, unfortunately. This watchtower is going to come through, or getting pre-queued. There's 0 villagers on wood, so it's not going to come through anytime soon, but it is pre-queued. Priest getting charged down onto, it's 100 gold for a priest. You don't want to be dropping it. Eric's searching around, more obelisks coming up for Illuminati as his map is basically fully in the black compared over to Eric, who can see and has seen literally everything here. You know, I've got the dojo, we've got the guardhouse. Illuminati is going to be the one under a lot of pressure here, but he does get himself out the spearmen. And while the spearmen probably won't pick off the cavalry anytime soon, he's going to be able to deflect raids. And that's all he really needs to do here. He just has to deflect, play defense, and then start setting up for wherever his next gold mine is going to be. Samurai Goaty as well on the way. As Eric is just knocking on the door on the right side, on the left side. What's going on is the big question. Up here, Eric pulling back. Spearman charging in, trying to take out these Deuterinos. Not going to be able to do all too much there. Over onto this side there as well. The Kitsune with next to no HP will be able to stay alive as the walls are going to finish up. And look at this base here from Illuminati. He just says full wall, and that's it. I've seen this one from someone else in this as well. We saw a game, I think it was Kaiba playing against, I can't remember who he was playing against, but he was playing against an Amaterasu. No, it was against Tsukiyomi. It was this matchup, and he literally just went full wall. And it was Isis. He was playing Isis. He went full walls and Spearman, and he just kind of sat in there, played defense, and somehow managed to pop out and make it work. Eric pops over here. He's going to take out the obelisk. Oh. Can't really pick these villagers off either. And you can see they have themselves that skin of the rhino. Like I said, Illuminati loves this technology. It does mean that you sacrifice a villager, but if you sacrifice one villager to get out skin of the rhino and you never lose another villager in the game, it's max worth it. It's so much value. Some more units going to come in. The samurai are scary for these spearmen here. And Illuminati knows it, as he will just pull back into his main base. He's got himself the watchtowers up as well. So, realistically, should be no problems now for Illuminati. You can't put any more pressure on the Classical Age. I imagine Eric here is going to say either Town Center or Heroic Age. Oftentimes, Heroic Age is your best bet as Tsukiyomi. Another angle could be to start getting himself out a whole bunch of Miko here to go into a whole bunch more myth units, making out a whole bunch of Tengu, or going into Oni. Probably don't want Oni in this situation, but it's an option. Yes, it was Narcotic versus Kaiba. That's right. That's right. There you go. And there's the Hachiman from Eric. Makes a lot of sense. I think this is going to be oftentimes the god of choice for Tsukiyomi as the Naginata Riders trying to pick off that priest. Not going to quite be able to. And in fact, his army does get slowed down quite a bit here from moving with the samurai. But good control, separating his units. If you run each unit in its own separate group, they will all move with 6 speed, 4.2 speed, 4.2 speed respectively. So you can just pull the Naginata Riders out and they can move pretty quickly. Up here, Eric's getting himself up his stable, and we do see a Shifting Sands coming in. And he pops straight up onto this spot. Three villages in a dream there as the Swampland is down. Trying to keep his villagers alive as they're going to rotate up to the top side. This villager here gets hit by the Wadgets and will end up falling. Eric trying to keep them alive. That's a big spend of Swampland to just keep his villagers there. He keeps one alive, picks off a handful of units, but that can't be what Eric was planning to use Swampland for in this game. Now Illuminati can pull back. A couple of villager kills is nice, but he doesn't have the Shifting Sands anymore, so he can't use that on the next gold mine, at least not for a little bit longer. He's got 2 minutes to wait for another Shifting Sands, plus needs 50 favor there. As the army for Eric going to start motoring up here. He just needs to wait small amount of time for copper shields to come through if he wants to get the next one in. But he can literally just drop New Moon now, and I think that's what he probably should be doing if he wants to take a fight, as the Bushi Getting some damage down onto the back here. Shogun charging in to try and take down those Wadgets as well. Some big losses here for Killuminati, and more importantly, some big Bushido to come through as well, as the Blue Moon comes down and he gets bronze weapons, bronze shields, and ballistics. Is that right? And ballistics. So now I get to go on my rant about how you probably want to use this new moon. I think the most important technologies to grab is going to be bronze mail, bronze weapons, and I guess the Hachiman technology here. You can't grab that one with ballistics, I guess. Maybe ballistics is more important than the Hachiman technology. So if you just don't research copper shields, you will get yourself bronze weapons, bronze mail, and ballistics. So it is one way to kind of get what you want, and then grab yourself the copper shields after, grab yourself the bronze shields after as well. Nonetheless, Killuminati on this top position, on this gold mine, this is going to be the big problem for him. He doesn't have any walls up. He does have a lot of Wadgets on the back, but the Shogun in is going to be a scary unit to have to deal with as the Tengu dives forward. Priest trying to take that one out there. The Wadgets targeting it down, as well as the Spearmen surrounding that Shogun. But now there's going to be the Samurai to pop through, as well as Killuminati's army here does seem to be melting. Those Yumi horse archers on the back are going to be absolutely terrifying. Rain's down now for Killuminati, but now he's got to do the sneaky. But Eric knows Killuminati. These guys have played so many games. Killuminati, however, knows that Eric knows Killuminati. Naginata Riders searching. Where did the villagers go? He's got vision on this. He's got vision over here. He's got vision over here. The one spot he hasn't scouted is the one spot the villagers are. And all Eric needs to do is find them. And he does find them. Hiding in this position. The villagers can turn and fight this. It's kind of their only real option. And he will do so. They've got Skin of the Rhino, so they do a lot of damage. But the horse archers need to zone these spearmen off here as well. Now slingers are in the mix. They're going to be helpful to take out those horse archers. The villagers unfortunately sitting idle here. He would win this fight if he was actually fighting. It's the spearmen charging in onto the Shogun, trying to do all the damage they possibly can. Now the villagers will start running. And I think Eric is just in too commanding of a position here. And Killuminati will have to tap out. Unfortunately for Killuminati, just not quite able to make this one work here. Getting up onto this gold mine, need to get the walls up nice and early to get over here. I think after he shifting sands here and he did the damage onto this spot, he needed to get himself walled up and potentially even just dropping towers in onto this spot just so he can play defense behind. Because if the towers are up, the Yumi horse archers can't really get in. Sure, he can walk forward and try and bash down the walls and things like that, but at least then you can fight underneath towers and with the villagers as well. Maybe if you use the villagers to fight as well, it could have been another angle to sort of survive and keep playing. But well played from Eric. Got the early pressure in, forced a lot of economy out from Killuminati to defend his base. However, let's call it what it is. Eric is now down Tsukiyomi, and Killuminati is down Ra. Ra, is that really one of Killuminati's best gods? I don't know. Tsukiyomi, however, that is a powerhouse god. That is a powerhouse god, and we'll see what's going to happen next. But Eric's got to be happy that he wins the first game. We'll jump back over to the draft and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, let's have a quick look-see at what our next matchup is going to be. As it looks like it's going to be a Gaia versus Susanoo on the map Prairie. I like this map, Prairie. Prairie's really, really interesting because there's not a lot of wood. It's super different to all the other all the other maps just on that fact alone. What's happening here? They have not hosted their game. It's super interesting just on that fact that there's just like there's no wood on them. Well, not no wood. There's limited amounts of wood on the map. And you have to keep moving around to find more wood spots. Eric's game is bugged. Okay, well, I guess we can spend some more time thinking about things. Yeah, unfortunately, still no Demeter. There might be some Demeter coming later. I know I've seen some Demeter getting picked in this time. I think she was picked 3 times so far. And I think she's had some wins as well. Maybe she's at like 33% or 66%. I don't know. Alright, so the game is on the way. Alrighty. Got ourselves 2 minutes, 20 seconds. How's the weather in Perth? It's hot. It's very, very hot at the moment, but it is what it is. I need to give the point to Eric as well. Okay, so Gaia versus Susanol is still quite an interesting matchup, though. It's quite an interesting matchup. Why is it an interesting matchup? Well, you can kind of play around Swampland with mass heroes to some degree. You've got like ideas of matching the, well, you've got a stronger late game with Gaia than Susanol does, so you can play for that. There's not really a Leto angle for Gaia against Japan, unfortunately. Like, how do I put it? There's no angle for Automaton just because there's on the Musha. If there's ever going to be... Alright, we can talk about the Arcus later, my friend. Arcus, good unit. Best unit in the game. You can't really build Automaton if the opponent's Civ has got massable infantry heroes. Or massable melee damage heroes. Because the Automaton's got basically no hack armor. What unit is the best all-rounder unit? Probably the Murmillo. Anyways, guys, we don't have to wait anymore. Stop waiting around and waiting for the game to start, because the game's already started. Let's go, Prairie. Alrighty, guys, into game number 2. Eric up 1-0 in this best of 5. First of 3. On the left-hand side, he is playing as Gaia. His opponent today in the right-hand corner playing as the red Susanoo. It is Illuminati. Here we are on the map Prairie. Small amounts of wood. You can see there's only 14 spots here for palm trees. I find the selection of Japan on this map, especially a favor Japanese god like Susanoo, very, very peculiar. Every one of these maps is not built for every single pantheon. That is abundantly clear. It's the same for the OG maps as well to a lot of degree. Like, you've got maps like Alfheim, or you've got maps like Steppe, completely different, right? And different gods with different unique bonuses and god powers are going to prosper on these maps. If we take a look at this Miko, Prairie, you only get 14 trees, 15 trees, 12 trees on a location. She's only gathering at 0.08 favor per second. So it's very, very low to what she could normally get. So I'm surprised to see the Susanoo here. However, it is a very open map. There are like decent amounts of hunt on the map. So you can just simply not go and grab that hunt. Use like a position here. Hit the wood, hit the gold, hit the hunt, put a shrine there. That can be nice. Those types of ideas are possible for Susanoo to get that big, fat food income. However, Eric, he's going up through Oceanus. We are seeing Inari Okami. Now, I'm not going to lie. I think the best way to play this matchup is to actually go for the Shrine of the Hunt. Go for Minakatatomi. The reason for Minakatatomi is I'm scared early game against Atlantean. I don't think I can leave my base and get onto this hunt and secure it. It's very, very tough. However, if I go for the Shrine of the Hunt and I go for Minakatatomi, now I can eat food in my main base. Now I don't have much to worry about. I can defend my base with the wolves on my forward gold mine. I can eat food there. I can bunch up on that position and defend. And then I can push out with things like the Hot Wheels. You can go for 1 Udor. However, Illuminati goes for this Inari Okami angle. And, well, life's going to get somewhat tough. See, both players advancing very fast. We've got the double military barracks up, and Eric is going to be moving across the map very quickly with his Murmillos. Super, super fast advance, actually. I didn't even fully notice. I think it was a non-economic guild start. Did he go for a Kronos Rush build? I don't think so. I don't think he went for a Kronos Rush build. Did he? If you go for this fast of advance, and then you drop just 1 military building and start producing, makes sense. 2 military buildings? And then also heroizing the Murmillo, you just don't have the resources to make this really... And also building another Caladria, you don't have the resources to really make use of both of those military barracks. However, it's up now, and he's going to be able to build them when his resources start coming through. Nonetheless, going to start beating away at the temple for the time being, as the Miko is going to be in for some healing. Maybe some shanking, actually. She's like, get in here, Mamilla. I got a wand. I got a Gohei wand. And I want to smack you with it. That's the Caladria getting all the scouting in. Sees on the left side, sees on the right side. Oracle in the middle of the map and at the top of the map and on the right of the map. They're playing incredibly aggressive with those. If they get spotted, they will die very quickly. It gets spawned over here. It will get pacified, but it pulls away with the rest of those Murmillos as Illuminati manages to keep everything alive and can start healing them up with the Miko. Meanwhile, on the back, a dojo to get dropped. Illuminati went double stable here and a guardhouse at the moment. All he needs is Samurai. Of course, he's terrified to build Samurai because of the Carnivora, but you just need them to deal with these Murmillo. Now you can repair the temple up with your Miko. That is an option. We see the Kusanagi getting dropped down as Illuminati charging after these units, trying to pick one up. Does manage to find one. Will send it back over to the other side, but you're not going to pick that off. And the Caladra can just re-heal them back up here as the Juragumo will end up falling. And there goes the Carnivora, and that's going to be one dead Samurai. As soon as the Samurai pops up, this is what I'm talking about. It's so obscenely difficult to defend the early game here with Japan that you need Minakata Tomi. You need those wolves. If that was a shrine here with Shrine of the Hunt, no way any of this happens. And now Swampland has to get dropped down. One Murmillo only dies. This Murmillo over here as well. There's no Kappas here, so he's going to be fine. And that's going to be a random villager just dying on this side to boot. As another Murmillo does end up dying. This one over here, picking off another villager. This is Eric is just getting so much value here. Onto the top side, villagers diving into the tower and everything else.
Yuji.
It's the Eric BR Murmillo. Gets nibbled down. Of course, more Gaia Forest into the main base. This is one way that Eric is dealing with the low wood spawn on this map. Just pick Gaia here. He says, I'll go Gaia on this map. I'll use Gaia Forest. I don't have to deal with the low amounts of wood line. Of course, he's got Atlantean. Atlantean's also perfectly fine to play here because you can just jump onto the palm trees and it works. It's great. It's now the Bushi. The unfortunate fact with the Bushi is these units, while they do have a decent amount of range, they don't get any bonus versus infantry. They're just an archer that does pierce. So they're soft countering these. They're soft countering these Murmillo as the temple does manage to stay alive for just a little bit longer with another Kusanagi getting dropped down. But Eric is going to break this temple. This gold mine is going to get opened up. And there's going to be another Carnivora soon to drop down and just take out the Samurai here. In fact, one angle here for Eric is to simply just drop a counter barracks now and just start mixing in one or two Caraballas. You don't even need that many. Just one or two Caraballas to here. He's put it on the front, and then he's going to be able to sit on this spot, no problems. You can also make some Terma to take out the Bushi as well. No problems there. But a Caraballas would really make life incredibly difficult for Illuminati now. Economic guild coming up for Eric on the front as he's trying to spread this lush. Exactly what you want to do whenever you've got the map control. Start taking more map control. Does he have himself his tech? Doesn't have channels yet. It's a big technology channels because it makes all of your units way faster. Illuminati here now going to throw down a dojo. He needs to get Samurai out. Like, there's 18 Murmillos with 3 Hero Murmillos. You probably need about 10 Samurai to be winning those fights. As the Terma coming through, pick one unit off, lose one Terma. Good trade for Eric. Eric going to poke back in yet again. Going to start sniping the wooden wall. And around the side here as he will be able to break this down. And Illuminati cannot grab himself any gold anymore. I'd love to see another economic guild literally just get placed right here. Or a mana, it doesn't really matter. Right in this position to just spread the lush everywhere. The thing about lush is you don't even need channels. It just heals your units up 1 HP a second. Of course, there's still the Caladria flying overhead, but yeah, everything gets 1 HP a second. Now Eric popping over here. Illuminati quick to move his villagers. He's keeping them all alive and safe. but he's not getting any gold. Oh, never mind. There's a gold mine here. I forgot. Prairie's got 2 gold mines, guys. You got the forward gold mine and you're the back gold mine. There's a 1,500 gold there. I totally forgot. I thought he had 0. Anyways, a healthy amount of samurai now out for Illuminati. I thought things were going really bad for him, but he might be okay here to start charging forward. I don't know if he wins this fight, though. Another Swampland, however, to come down for Illuminati, and that forces Eric back out. He's losing a lot of units on this run. But, I mean, is this going to be enough? Is that... Oh, that was spicy. I sort of just forgot there's a gold mine back here. But with this gold mine on the back, Illuminati gets enough resources in. He gets an army. He gets the 2nd Swampland. He's up to the 2nd tier of Bushido. He can try and aim for another 3rd tier of Bushido and try and get another Swampland off. But he's only got the 1 Miko Gathering at the moment on the backside here with 0.06 favor per second. So he's not going to be able to get like another Kusanagi off anytime soon to make this cheaper. And this next tier only gives 75 favor. I say only, it's a huge amount of favor, but only gives 75 favor. Illuminati pulls off with his Naginata Riders. He needs to get in onto those Karabalista here. He's trying to micro around and distract those Murmillos, but Eric is incredibly quick here to stay on top of the Naginata Riders. Now, all 4 of those Karabalis are no longer hitting the Samurai, however, as the front line does seem to be dissipating to some degree for Eric, but Illuminati does not have enough stuff here. Now he hits the next tier of Bushido, however, who is up to heavy, but he's got not much left. He's got no units left. The gold mine here is exposed. Eric can charge in here and knock Illuminati off this gold mine, and then what? The Oracles see everything. There's no sneaky business going to be possible here. I'd love to see Eric getting even more Oracles out at this point as well, to see even more of the map, just in case there's even some other sneaky business possible. A market to come down for Illuminati now. He can potentially try and jump onto some wood lines or something like that. He's sneaking up to the top side here, but that will get spotted by the Oracle, hiding inside of the trees in plain sight. But there, nonetheless, all Eric has to do is look at the minimap. The heavy units are scary, but the numbers aren't there, so it doesn't matter. Villagers onto this side, getting targeted down. Kusanagi will get dropped to keep the army alive. But also, Illuminati is just, simply put, out of food. Final amount of herdables over here. The hunt on the top, of course he can come up here and try and grab it. These villagers will make a break for it now off of the gold mine as the Murmillos trying to get over there. There's no food in the main base. There's barely any wood in the main base. He's over onto this wood line here. Does Eric spot that? No, the Oracle does not quite see the villagers here. That'd be a brutal attack over onto that side. Of course, Illuminati going to try and sell wood for gold, buy himself some units. He is 20-ish favor away from another Swampland. The Thea is on the way. And Thea means Pontarius and everything else that comes with that. Murmillo's just making sure that nothing is going on. No nefarious actions. Of course, Illuminati is known for his crazy villager movements. You have to kind of check the entirety of the map to some degree, as these Murmillos will pull back. And there goes the Carnivora as the Samurai. They're caught out to some degree. These Karabalista also do manage to get collapsed in onto, well, Illuminati managed to collapse in onto the Karabalista on the back, but there's just not enough stuff here for Illuminati. And Eric BR manages to claim the second win here in this best of 5 series. Incredibly solid game here from Eric. I do think that Illuminati made life very, very tough for himself by not going for the Minakata Tomi in this one. I think if he had it, he would have been able to defend himself way easier. He would have had a really interesting unit in the one Udall, which can be used to help take out the Terma and the Karabalista, and then you can just basically make Samurai and be perfectly fine here in the early game. But the Inari or Kami angle in this matchup is tough to make work. Very, very tough, in my opinion. I think this is really, really tough here. But Eric played well, gets the dub. We'll jump back over to the draft here and see what we can see. Alrighty, point for Eric is up. The Budapest is the next map. Just going to be a little bit of water, and it's going to be a Kronos versus Thor affair here, which is very, very interesting. I think we saw something similar to this as well on Frozen Continent. But it's not Frozen Continent. It is Budapest. So it's going to be a Kronos versus Thor. And it's going to be a win for the Susanoo there. Alrighty. So, of course, Illuminati has to be... What would be my pick for God for Prairie? Inside of Illuminati's God pool? Probably Uranus sounds good. No? Uranus would be amazing on that map. Or maybe like an Amaterasu or something. I think Susanoo is perfectly fine there as well, but you don't want to pick Japanese on that map. So, yeah. But nonetheless, yeah, Budapest in this one is all going to be about mind games to some degree. Is the Kronos going for a Kronos Rush? Is he going for a dock? I think one angle for the Thor is to basically delay the dock, charge the Berserk straight into the Kronos base, and if you see the villagers on food and gold and none on wood, then you know Kronos Rush is coming. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here. Alrighty, we got ourselves just a little bit of a wait for the players delay, the observer delay. And now we can spend the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds talking about how strong the Arcus is. Just kidding. But seriously. Just kidding, but seriously. So, yeah, I mean, here's the things, right? Thor needs to know if the rush is coming. There's no real problem, I think, if you scout a dock and then you go for a delayed dock here with Thor. I don't think that's an issue. I just don't. I don't think it's a problem. Just, you're going to get the fish out anyways. You lose out on a small amount of food. It's fine. But there is a problem if you go for an early dock and the Kronos player goes for a Kronos Rush. So you have to play around this stuff to some degree. There's two ways to sort of deal with the Kronos Rush as Thor. Either A, you get the Hersir out really quickly, and then the deconstruction obviously comes down onto the temple, and then you jump down a immediate Great Hall, and then you can build yourself Hersir and raiding cavalry from the Great Hall, depending on whether you're facing Catapultes or Karabalista. And then you can easily destroy the early game units that Kronos is sending your way. That's option one if things go well for you. Option two is where things go poorly for you and you screw up the build order or whatever. You have to grab yourself watchtowers. Grabbing watchtowers isn't the end of the world here against Kronos, because Kronos is going to deconstruct your buildings, not going to have a deconstruction available for towers, and then you can try and crawl and scrape your way back into the game. So we'll see if Illuminati is going to be able to make this happen. He did first pick Thor. So chances are he's played against this enough. He knows how to play it. He's going to be well prepared for this. And he specifically picked Thor on Budapest, knowing that his opponent has Kronos. He's probably expecting the Hades here. But there is also Hades for Socotra, which is another map that's in the map pool. So you have to be realizing that this could be Thor versus Hades, or Thor versus Kronos, or Thor versus Zeus. So there is all of that. But we're not going to have to wait too long. We're going to be able to see what the strategies are going to be very early on in this map, in this game. Let's get into it. We're going in onto the map Budapest. Let's check it out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the left-hand corner of the map in the blue color playing as Kronos. His name is Eric Bia. His opponent, Illuminati, playing as Thor, drops the dock, drops the house, and also drops the Dwarven gold mine. What is Illuminati thinking? We're going to have to wait and see. He didn't scout. He didn't do anything like that. He's put himself in what I would call the most difficult position you can possibly be in. However, he's also going for a dock boom with all these villagers on wood here. Okay, the one saving grace here is if Eric goes Prometheus, Illuminati can sit underneath his base, shank the Prometheans, and maybe find some sort of option. The villager gets pulled off of the wood line, going to be shanking this oracle, gets sent packing. Eric is on the back here with this oracle and on this oracle as this oracle gets spotted. I think Illuminati is playing the situation of shank the temple. I could be wrong. The temple is coming in up onto this side. Does Illuminati see it? Answer, no. He does not see the temple. So there's not going to be any shanking possibilities here. Dwarves onto the gold. Still no temple up for Illuminati. And it is Prometheus. If this was Leto, the game would be over. I don't believe you could defend this. Illuminati, I mean, the fishing ship has been spotted, but I think it might have been spotted a little bit late. If Eric went for automatons here, I don't think you can survive in the slightest at this point. A random house over onto this side. The Prometheans are in, and the attack is coming. In the main base here for Eric, he heroizes a citizen. You want to drop your counter barracks immediately. Time shift that in. Another perfectly valid option here for Eric is actually to drop a dock here himself. As the temple coming up over onto this side, villagers are going to be attempting to stop this. Maybe getting another berserk out of this position or something is an angle, as this berserk over here is going to get collapsed in onto. It's got 10 seconds to build this one up. And start taking a little bit of damage as the villagers have to start microing away. Loses a dwarf there. Promethean does end up going down as the berserk does garrison immediately. Just going to be deconstructing that one. The fishing ships will be able to give him the food he needs to advance. But my guy's got 300 gold left in his dwarven gold mine. Wait. There's no counter barracks is the other thing. There's no counter barracks yet from Eric. So maybe Illuminati has an angle here. I mean, he actually does have an angle here to some degree. He just has to grab watchtowers straight away. I think that's an angle. If he can get the wood in, grab himself watchtowers, he can grab it onto this gold mine. There isn't a spot here that the Caraballas can be annoying, but that is going to be something he can go for. Temple coming back up here for Illuminati. This is so disastrous. Berserk gets smacked a couple of times, has to make a break for it. There will be a healing spring as an option, as the dwarf over onto this side does end up going down. That's a dock, and he's attacking the fishing ships as well. He didn't go for Terma or Caraballas. He just goes to shut off the fish on the back. Are you kidding me? Now the healing spring is up, however. That's going to heal up all the low HP villagers. And then what? What are you going to do, Mr. Illuminati? Eric now has himself his counter barracks. Can he get over onto the gold mine? He has to build himself. Dude, you have to build yourself a dragon ship at this point is beyond brutal. The dwarves trying to get as much gold as they possibly can over here. The dragon ship will be able to take out at least one of those Bareems there, but trading a dragon ship for a siege Bareem is never going to be ideal. The dock, however, will be able to get a little bit of damage over here. I've got the hero Caraballas coming through, as Illuminati does not have a great haul yet, so it's going to be nigh impossible to push in and take this out. He charges forward, shoot and scoot micro ever so slightly. Is going to be enough as the siege Bareem will survive, which is a little bit of HP. Another Bareem to come through. And the Great Haul now getting dropped for Illuminati. Counterbarracks coming through onto this spot as well. Meanwhile, Illuminati also over onto this gold mine, but Eric has the oracles in a really nice spot. He's only sending two very low HP Prometheans over to try and deal with that. Of course, Illuminati can move from this side and pull back over onto this side. As the fishing ships going to be popping back out and getting onto their fish. He will be able to deal with this ship and the other ship. Illuminati sitting up onto this side for the defense. He knows that there's something potentially coming for him. 3 Caraballas to 4 Catapulties in a dream for Eric. This Illuminati trying to dodge the fire ship. The fire ship does come stock with ballistics. Little factoid there. Does come stock with ballistics. Now, if you're going to take this fight, you've got to take it with the dwarves. And Illuminati here is just going to say, all right, we'll pull back. He sees the oracle over here. Those dwarves are spotted. He says, okay, I'll shank it down. Okay, no, now pull back. One dwarf does manage to finish that one off, as now Illuminati sees his angle to charge through here, but the raiding cavalry get absolutely dominant. Great control there from Illuminati, though, to pull the raiding cavalry away. One hero Caraballas down, another coming in. There goes the Valor onto another Caraballas on the back, but there is nothing remaining here for Illuminati as Eric leans all the units up. This position is getting mined for the time being. Can Illuminati fight his way out of this position or not is the big question. I'm not sure he can. House coming up on this side. And, I mean, there's still... I would say there's still a tiny bit of play, but behind this, Eric has been getting himself fish. Another cool idea for Eric is to actually just use this dock and move it over here. He's moved the citizen. I mean, you can use the citizen to build the dock. You don't have to be cute about it, but you have time shifting, so why not just time shift onto that side? But it does not matter. Eric's economy is going to get absolutely gigantic, and Illuminati's is completely shut off here. As the villagers make their way over onto this side, Eric's going to have to rotate his army. It's very, very slow. Another unit here that Illuminati is in desperate need of is the throwing axeman. Now, generally, the way you play around this sort of situation to try and bring yourself back is often to just raid your opponent, get their catapulties out of position, and then collapse in onto their units. But we'll see if that's going to be something that's going to be possible here or not. This Illuminati zoned off with the raiding cavalry. Comes through here, mana up, so the citizens can just garrison. Not going to lose anything over there. Rotating around the forest. Eric needs to know how important it is to sit on top of his Corabalister with those catapulties. Do not get distracted by this type of idea. The way to protect these units is almost to just build catapulties to defend. Or maybe bring a handful back to defend. You don't need to have all your catapulties here to defend against the raiding cavalry. Maybe just a couple of them. As the raiding cavalry do manage to pick off one citizen, these raids are the way back into the game here for Illuminati. If you can get enough kills, enough outplaying with the raiders, giving himself enough time to mine gold, to get himself throwing axemen and everything else that he needs, then sure, he might be able to find a way back into this game. But Hyperion is on the way. I actually think I would have preferred to see, funnily enough here, not Hyperion, but because Eric is so far in front, I would have preferred to see Rhea, because that allows Eric to literally just waltz into this base, take the town center down, no way to defend it. Hyperion is like the standard choice versus Thor, but in this situation, the game would be over if two behemoths would be available for Eric. Now all the military barracks coming down as Eric's going to switch into either some Murmillos, some Contarius. I feel like he really needs to switch into Murmillos. He's got plenty of catapulties to deal with the raiding cavalry at the moment, so Contarius makes some sense. Arcus as well as an option to deal with those throwing axemen that should be getting built, but have not seen any just yet. And finally, Eric does manage to... Not Eric. Illuminati manages to deal with Eric's naval presence up onto the top here. Illuminati is managing to find little tidbits of damage in this game. Taking out the Oracle here as we see a dock getting time shifted in. Taking out the temple over here as the double Satyr do get spotted. There is a Hearser on this spot, so that's going to be able to take these guys out. The Satyr got a little bit of damage here, but losing those does hurt. Trying to time shift the temple is like never going to work. You will lose your temple here if you're Kronos. You can't time shift it away. It just doesn't work unless you time shift it away with nothing nearby. Another Oracle going down over here. Illuminati doing his best to try and pull himself back into this game. But now Contarius are in. Catapulti still not a single throwing axeman in from Illuminati. Makes it impossible for him to deal with those catapultis. But he is over on this side, on this gold mine. There's a 10 villager differential, but the big difference here is going to be 16 fishing ships to 8. With a double fishing ship number plus 10 more villagers. There's now Dwarven Breastplate, medium infantry going to be coming through. We'll snipes onto villagers here as well as the Contarius coming through. Another time, another deconstruction over here. As the Illuminati's village is just all melting as he gets caught out on that spot. He's having to deal with raids on his gold mine, raids on his wood line. Villagers popping over onto this wood line here as Illuminati trying to keep himself in one piece, but he's just so obscenely far behind. The Hearser over here going to be going down two to those Caraballas, but not before they manage to at least take out half a Promethean. As the Chaos drops down on the remaining units there, and Illuminati does have to tap out as Eric manages to 3-0 him in this game with some incredibly solid Chronos play. I don't know what Illuminati was really thinking opening dock here on this map. Maybe if he hid the dock off onto the side here and somehow Eric doesn't scout it inside of the Chronos Rush, and at least he's got that extra food income while he's trying to deal with everything. But I feel like the map spawn is so close that you have no problem as Thor to run that starting Berserk immediately into your opponent's base and see if they go dock or not. If they don't go dock, they're going for a rush. If they do go dock, they're not going for a rush. Super simple. But Illuminati just went for the dock, tried to play the defense, couldn't quite make it work. Eric gets the dub, and he goes on to the main event winners bracket. Illuminati still has another chance here. He will be going into the losers bracket here, but it is a long journey from that losers bracket to the finals. So we'll see how far he's going to make it. Best of luck to him and Eric in the future of the tournament. But that's them done for today. We'll move on to our next series. So we'll get that sorted out for you momentarily. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another Gimity game here. Moving on to our third match of the day. We've had some incredible competition thus far. Our first series going to 5 games. Our second series, a bit of a beatdown. Our third series here, Kama versus 3D Garneth. Kama, maybe his first... Actually, were they both in Challengers League? I can't remember. Maybe they were. Garneth was in Challengers League. He made it to the playoffs. I don't believe Kama did make it to the Challengers League himself. The playoffs himself. But Kama's had an incredible run already. He took out a Champions League participant inside of Chasing the Sun. And now he's up against another incredibly powerful, strong opponent inside of Garneth. Taking a look at these maps that these players have picked, we've got our admin pick being Hideout. Absolutely wild here. Hideout getting picked. We got Dry Arabia and Frozen Waste for Kama on the left. Garneth picks that Socotra and the Budapest there as well. Then the picks all come through with the Amaterasu Chronos Band from Kama, Isis Gaia from Garneth. Kama then grabs himself the Tsukiyomi. We've got Susanoo Frere from Garneth. We got Set Thor from Kama. We got Fushi Noir from Garneth. Hades Shinong from Kama. Noir Odin from Garneth. And then the Uranos Poseidon at the end for that 6th pick. Our first map, Hideout. This is exciting for me. I really, really love this map. This is the first time I think we're going to see it here. You guys are going to experience it together with me here for the first time. Of course, it's one of the more unique maps in the pool. A couple of the unique maps in the pool have surfaced in this one. We've got Hideout and Socotra. I'm hoping to see those in this, hoping to see Socotra in this one because it's a really fun map. But yeah, Hideout, yeah, this is really cool. So you start spawning like this, and then this big forest surrounds you in a circular sort of fashion, and then there's like a bite-sized chunk cut out for your town center with basically both of you really spawning close to each other, but a huge forest separating you. So it's going to be very, very spicy. We've got some questions in the chat about the schedule and everything. Our next round is scheduled for Saturday, starting at 1400 UTC. Don't know who's playing just yet. Have to make that happen, but that's when it's going to be starting. That's when the games are. But no more talking. We are in onto the map. Hideout now. Let's go get it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In the bottom side of the map, we have Garneth spawning as the red Fushi player. And in the top of the map, spawning as the blue Set, it is Kama. And here is the map. Look at the wood. You can totally chop through this. If the game goes on long enough, the map will open up. And then you've got action on 3 different fronts. You got action on 3 different fronts. You got the game will open up. However, both of the players here have picked gods that don't really interact with this very much. You could pick like an Odin or a Thor or a Frere and click Forest Fire and open it up. You could pick a Demeter, Wither through the center as well. You can, however, go for Egyptian and go for a Shifting Sands idea. It allows you to potentially come over onto this side, onto this side, onto this side, and lock your opponent. This could be a really interesting play, actually, for Kama. You get a really fast advance time, Shifting Sands onto this town center with everything, grab this town center, and then all of a sudden, you've locked the set You've locked the Fushi in their base because you got this position here. They have to sneak off somewhere else. They can't get this food either because you're going to be ready to hit them straight away. There could be an idea there. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what Kama's plan is. Of course, there's just random cheese galore that Set can do. But I am somewhat surprised to see Set here. I don't think Egyptian is the best on this map. Reason being is the map does often go long. Like, you can't really get around unless you're shifting sands and doing funky cheese stuff. You can't really go around and play like a sort of timing attack beat down type idea because your opponent is just going to say, so what? And we got the Kama Set coming in here as well. And onwards and upwards. Now we got Juan Nu in for Garneth. So he does decide that Juan Nu, which is a little bit of a slower play. Can play around shifting sand shenanigans with the Vanish as well. Makes a lot of sense. He is moving out onto this hunt super early as the Baboon of Set, just checking things out. Up onto the top, save threes, just grabbing the Gazelle and all the other good stuff that's going on over here. Over here we got the Ulla's bow. A little bit of extra range up onto the top of the map. Already grabbed that relic. Which one was it? He's grabbed this relic here. Garneth grabbed himself Hermes' winged sandals, which is nice because his hero is obviously going to move just that little bit faster. Now Garneth hits the next age. Look to just defend up on this side. He does drop the Imperial Academy immediately here. He is fully walled up in his main base. I love the usage of the Peach Blossom Spring plus the temple and then walling this off. It's a little bit of a risk, I'm not going to lie, because there's nothing close to this for some sort of a shifting sands idea to get onto the tree and just steal it away. But, of course, that's a little bit spicy there. There goes the a little bit late from Kama. The question is, what is he going to do? What is his strat? He's got one villager on wood. Doesn't really indicate all too much, apart from maybe he's not going for a town center. I think it's looking like a fast heroic, though he's dropping a barracks as I say that. So this might... I don't really know what his plan is. Drops an armory and a market now as well. So yes, it is going to be a fast heroic. The barracks is there for maybe some spearmen or something like that. Garneth has just grabbed all the relics on the map. He's playing nice and slow himself. He's also going for a fast heroic, it looks like. So both players playing this map completely different to how I would have expected it to happen. Nubar as the god of choice is interesting. So he has this really cool all-in that you can do with Fushi, which is basically you make yourself Tautier, you move them into position, you click Vanish, you charge in underneath the town center, and then you can just kill the town center really quickly because you've got Drought plus Tautier. However, Kama goes for the fast heroic himself. Whole bunch of animals just getting converted up. After all is said and done, the relics that have been grabbed are Hermes' wing sandal, nine-tailed fox charm. The kid does move at 5.3 speed with that, or 5.25 speed with that nine-tailed fox charm. for now. I mean, the game's just obviously is going to be a slow one. But they both go... It's both weird because it's one town center fast rogues, which generally only work on the really open maps. The good thing here for Garneth is he can just scout his opponent's base non-stop with sky lanterns coming across. He will be popping in and seeing what is happening here as Karma in the main base doing what? I mean, he might just drop siege works and see what he can go for a shifting sands over here as well. Plant a Migdol down on this side. That's got to be the plan. I don't see another option. Drops the vision. Shifting sands going to be coming through. The units, however, they're in place. Maybe Karma goes for it. He's going for it. The units are in place. Is there going to be enough here or not? There is an Ancestors. He's dropping that into the main base. Vanish does get dropped as now Karma is going to be going straight on to the Migdol stronghold. The myth units to come back into the main base and deal with this. We do have... The drought gets dropped. You can't build on drought. He uses it too early, though, and Karma moves back over here. He deletes the Migdol. Gonna drop it again. Over onto this side, the Garneth Najar, the kid, is now the teenager. He's going after this Scorpion. We'll be able to take it down. Are there enough units here or not is the big question. The Slinger getting cleaned up in this game has gone from 0 to infinity way quicker than I thought it would have. The Priest getting some good damage done, taking down all of those myth units. The Tautier does live with 11 HP, can pull that one back, try and heal it up. However, Garneth with the gold here and the Peach Blossom Spring here, he's going to have some issues trying to get out of his base. However, Garneth does have himself Divine Books. He's got himself the military camp on the Machine Workshop, so he's going to be able to get himself the Siege Works out pretty quickly. However, he doesn't have the ability to really break out of this position, does he? Not with one Siege Works, not with one Siege Crossbow. The Elephant's coming through. If Garneth starts getting hit with Chariot Archers here, that's going to be painful as well, as Karma's going to put up a Siege Works on this spot as well. Tautier to come through. Eating an elephant is gigantic, though. Huge kill for Garneth. That's so many resources. This is such a big unit to lose for free there. 180 food, 70 gold. Amazing move from Garneth. Siege Crossbow in to take out the Siege Works. At the moment, there's no siege towers coming through for Karma. He's got way too much gold in the bank and not enough wood. Tautier still managing to stay alive with 4 HP. Coming back in to eat another unit. It's got so much bulk here. Does Garneth have the units in? Now the Tautier does end up dying, unfortunately. Does Garneth have the bulk here? Are the units here to deal with all of this? He doesn't really have that many halberdier. Karma's army looking very powerful. Dour Swordsman, not really the most useful unit at the moment. Watchtowers coming through. There are 3 Wuzu Javelin here to take out those Chariot Archers. Onto the back here, an Imperial Academy to come through for maybe another Najar. The villagers will come over and try and grab the Peach Blossom Spring for the moment, but the Chariot Archers can still start to take those down. Garneth's going to put up a market here as well. He can start trading a little bit, but the villagers on top of the Peach Blossom Spring is a huge economic boost here. I mean, you built the Imperial Academy, but do you even want the Najar out again? He's so expensive. A temple on the back to come down. I don't think Garneth can even grab his Peach Blossom Spring, so now he's out of gold completely. And I think Karma just walks away with game 1, a successful cheese execution here. It felt like Garneth had the counter, but he kind of choked on it. Like, if he just waited for the Migdol to get to like 75% or something and then dropped Drought, all of a sudden there's not enough resources for Karma to finish that one off, right? Now the town center to fall, the village is down, and Garneth does have to tap out. What a wild game. I do feel like Garneth had the right strategy. He countered this inside of what he chose to do, but the decision to drop Drought when he did, well, that gave Karma enough time. Well, it didn't do enough damage, in other words. It could have completely annihilated Karma's strategy here. What a game. What a game. I mean, this is kind of what this tournament is. It's a whole bunch of wild shenanigans here. Pandora's Box is open, and the strategies are starting to come out. Well played from Karma to get the first win. We'll jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game 2. We move into game 2 on the map Socotra, and it's going to be a Hades versus Prairie matchup. First win for Set. First win onto Karma. And I am now realizing that this is all incorrect, so let me fix that up. Alrighty, so our next map here is on Socotra. I already said it, but I'm going to say it again. And it's going to be a Hades versus Prairie matchup. Super, super interesting. This map's super unique because it spawns... I mean, the map is just tiny. It's effectively Midgard, except there's no space on the map. So you don't get the opportunities you would normally get on Midgard to just sort of default into whatever strategy you wanted to default into, right? Like, normally... on Midgard, the stock standard move is to just go for a fish boom. Then you sort of rush the heroic age. And then you sort of fiddle around with your god powers. And then someone wins. Normally that's what happens on Midgard. On Socotra, you got options of rushing your opponent without a dock. You can go for a really fast advance and rush your opponent. Prairie can do this, right? Of course, it's a Hades, so they can drop sentinels, and that's fine. But you can do that type of idea. You've also got options of an early game Ghoul and Bursty. Never before seen, because normally the Ghoul and Bursty won't reach your opponent's base, but you can go for that. Get some early idle time onto the Hades, get your boom off, stop any sort of shenanigans the Hades wants to do. But of course that means your Ghoul and Bursty is off the table. There's obviously other ideas of like mass Draugr here on a small map. Things like Draugr, Wadjet, Manticore, Centaur have to be somewhat useful. So we'll see how it's going to go. But we have ourselves a short amount of wait here, 2 minutes until game start. And all of the wild shenanigans to partake here. I mean, what else can you do here, I guess, is the other question. Okay, so obviously Hades is just a solid god because it's a water map. Like, the players... I know the top players. I know the pro players. The whole idea is that it's just a solid god. You don't have... There's no, like, real... I'm not going to say there's no strategy involved in playing Greek on water, but the game plan is super simple. You make Hoplite, you make Peltast or Toxotes, you get your docks in, and it's just really, really easy, and it kind of just plays itself. You don't have to adapt a huge amount based on what your opponent's doing. So long as you play a solid game, you're going to have a good game. Whereas Prairie, you have to know what you're playing against. Now, the good thing is that Garneth will have prepared for against Zeus and Hades. He will have prepared against it, like he has to have. So Prairie is going to be really, really useful here versus that. There's throwing Axeman Draugr. Those things are really good. And like I said, on a small map, the Draugr become even better. That is a really good point there, AOM is Life. Ares might actually be the right way to play this rather than Athena on the fact that the map's so small. Normally the Cyclops can feel a little bit too slow on those really large maps, but on a small map, all of a sudden they're in your face right away from once they've been from when they've been built. So that's a real big call. And you've got Pestilence, which is basically going to affect nearly the full entirety of your opponent's land. You're not going to be able to get yourself buildings outside of the Pestilence, so you're going to hit everything if you drop that well. Does make sense. Makes a lot of sense. So we'll see which way Karma is going to pick to go here. We're not going to have to wait all too long. The players are in. It's going to be Socotra. It's going to be Hades versus Prairie. It's going to be game number 2. Will Garnet strike back, or will Karma continue his cheesing winning ways? As we spawn in on the right-hand corner, Karma spawns, getting himself up a dock. That's the Hades. As you can see, I'm going to move across the map into Garneth's base here. Mere a screen length away. Literally, like if I just zoom out a tiny bit, I can see a red tower, even not a tiny bit. If I zoom out this much, I can see a red tower and a blue tower. So it's very, very close. Both players do end up dropping the dock. We've got Garneth on the bottom as the Frere. Super, super close map. The other thing unique about the Socotra map is only 2 town centers. 1, 2. That's it. Only 2 town centers. Or settlements, I should say. So a maximum amount of population of, I think it's 200. I want to say it's 200, might be 210. A maximum population of 210. So the fish, well, basically the amount of economy that you actually decide to go into, if the game goes that way, is very important. Over economizing with too much fish, 100 villages, that can be detrimental. So you do have to be careful. You're going to have to make sure you cut villages at some point. You don't want to go to full economy here, I don't think, very often. But if Garneth can get up this town center, or if Garneth can get up this town center, he already has the option to Gullimbursty charge into his opponent's base from there. He's not going for the Gullimbursty idea in this game, which I'm not sure if it's any good or not, but you can put the ball here early on, and it isn't that far from the main base. Wait, he might be able to kill off the temple though, no? If it gets placed there, like when you am I the only one that's thinking that this is like an insane idea? How has nobody thought of this? Also, this villager is thinking about his life choices. He's like, my life as a villager, a lumberjack, I will hold my wood in solace as I stare through the forest in front of me. The work, monument. Oh, no, I gotta drop it off. I don't want to drop up. Well, storehouse deleted. Not ideal. Not ideal. I will hold my... You guys. Oh god, this Twitch chat is doing my head in today. Alright. But Ares is the god of choice here for Karma. So I did call it right. I do think Ares is a nice idea here. You also get access to the Hypaspis right away on a water map, which is super nice to deal with any sort of Huskal, as we are going to be seeing Ulur from Garneth. Fishing ship situation. There's 6 fishing ship for Garneth. On the top side, there are 6 fishing ship for Karma, as both players deciding to advance rather fast, but not actually. Is it? it is kind of fast, I guess. Rather fast with not many fishing spots. So they want to put pressure on. Garnet is already getting his walls up though, so he's completely protected. He's completely safe, no problems. Relic's going to get picked up here as well. There's text of Imhotep, making the buildings build faster. Over onto this side. Ulla's boat. So one player gets Ulla, and the other player gets his bow. Nonetheless, all the upgrades in the world coming through. Even Watchtowers is pre-queued here from Garnet as the earliest of early pestilences from Garnet. Sorry, from Karma. Very, very strange usage there. Of course, he gets to see the entirety of this base. He gets to see the long hours, that all the buildings are going to be slowed down. The hearse are going to be a little bit slow. But now no pestilence for a fortress. Later. As the hearse are going to be wailing away at this Cyclops, just getting as much damage as it possibly can in. Karma needs to pull that one all the way back. Sacrificing all the HP on the hearse is not super ideal, but nonetheless, another longhouse to come down as the units are going to slowly start trickling in for Karma. The walls up here, not quite finished up, but they're up at the very least, so you have to still knock down the wall with no armor. Nonetheless, another Cyclops to come through. I mean, playing against Ares is very terrifying, I must say. Especially if someone goes like Ares with Hoplite and not that many other units. Like Hoplite Cyclops sounds incredibly scary here. Not even Cyclops, not even Hoplites, but like Hypaspist Cyclops. Very, very scary. But Karma does overcommit a little bit with these Cyclops. They're getting very low on their HP here as the Hursa are going to charge in here to try and take them out. Zom coming down in the main base as the Sentinels will be able to pick off those Hursa. They're not getting home. They're not getting home. 2 Cyclops with next to no HP remaining, but 2 Hursa falling for it. I mean, it's kind of worth it for Garnet so long as he's ready to take them later out. But Karma's got to be happy with what he's still got remaining here. I mean, these guys can also get healed up if he goes Apollo, gets himself his Temple of Healing. He could potentially heal that up. Over onto this side, an Asgardian Hill Fort getting dropped. It's not quite on the gold mine. In fact, it's just out of line of sight here from Garnet. Karma just out of line of sight. So he's expecting it to be on the bottom side of the map, but it's not there. So he's misread the situation. There will be a hill fort. It will somewhat protect the gold mine, kind of. Or the second gold mine, I should say. And behind this, it's kind of looking like a heroic age, you know? Lots of food in the bank, but the one thing that's kind of worrying me, so to speak, is that neither player is continuing to add in fishing ships. There's probably about 21 fishing spots on the map per player, maybe 18 fishing spots on the map per player. So you want to get as many of these in as you possibly can. There's 14 in for Garnet and only, I think, 8 or 7 here for Karma. So there's double the amount of economy for Garnet in this game. And Garnet is going to be taking that and continuing to build his fishing ships. He's going to be taking that and he's going to be going to the next age momentarily. Aphrodite is pre-queued, so he doesn't even want to get the Temple of Healing to heal those Cyclops back up. Of course, there's going to be an option to drop another Pestilence here with 50 favor. But now Aegir is in. And the other thing is, if Karma commits a little too hard onto this, then Garnet gets to just drop himself the Gulen Burst and he can charge in and take everything out anyways. Now Garnet's going to get a couple more armory upgrades. Try to figure this out over onto this side. A couple of naval units coming through as Garnet is probably not going to want to he does build something. He probably doesn't want to build anything in particular. If he just gets his Kraken out, he can one-hit this and then take this out naturally with the normal attacks. But he will build a couple of boats to get in here and deal with this. As the Dreki comes through, takes out that one. Over onto this side, the Kama Pentacontra is almost down anyways. As the Juggernaut goes down. And Kama, 35 HP in a dream on that Pentacontra. And there is Aegir in as Aphrodite is going to be soon to follow. So Aphrodite does bring with it the Hypaspis. Well, he's already upgraded the Hypaspis, the Deimos Sword of Dread. So he's got those. It also brings with it Peltas, which is going to be really nice against the Thrown Axeman. It is a difficult microfight for the Hades. But if the Cyclops can hit those Thrown Axemen, it can be really, really difficult for the Frere. So we'll see how it's going to go. As one house goes down, the Kraken and Longboat can start making their way over here as Kama has decided to start building a few more fishing ships here. As there goes the Tempest. There goes the Gullimbursty. As that's going to be charging in here to try and get some big fat damage. He just said, let's go into the main base. His speed is dropping very, very fast. We've got the Pestilence to get dropped down as well. Just deciding to take out a little bit of the actual base here of Karma. Goes up to that Sentinels. Takes that one out very quickly. Charging over here. If he can get the special attack onto the units, it's going to be huge. Let's get on to just a couple of units there. Is Karma now stuck in his base with the pig. Doing tons of damage here. The town center is focusing the pig down. The Sentinel is focusing the pig down. And Garnet does say, all right, time to bail out on this side. Gullimbursty down. But damage is done. Garnet in a really good spot. Of course, the pigs was used. You can use those pigs, send them back into his main base, eat those later if need be. But generally, with this amount of fish, you probably don't even need to worry. As the Skylar is in on the left side, but the Kraken is in on the right side. Another Skylar is needed to build here to deal with this Kraken. He does have the dock to help out, but he needs to garrison inside of this one. I think the Kraken wins the fight at the low limits here, where the Skylar spawns in with one head only. Another Kraken coming through onto this side as well. As chaos literally everywhere in this game. So the army charges in onto these units here, but is there enough stuff here for Karma is the big question. He's got himself a nice Nemean line, which can start up the units, allow his Hypaspis through. The Peltas numbers from Karma here, he's got 2. Should be enough to actually take out those Thrown Axemen on the back there. And the Hypaspis do hard counter all of those front units, but there just does not seem to be quite enough. As over onto this side, the Rock Giant going down. There's more units flowing in from Garnet. His advantage is absolutely gigantic here. As Garnet pulls back ever so slightly. Another Great Hall going to be coming up. And Karma lives another day for the moment. But look at what's happened behind this. The Kraken has caused so many problems. Over on this side, the Skylar is causing problems here as well. Now I've got a 3-headed Skylar with 920 HP. That will beat the Kraken very handedly, and it was probably going to go up to 4 heads after all is said and done. Also 5.3 speed. The Kraken does outspeed the Skylar though. Did not know that, but there you go. One idea for Karma to deal with this on the back is to get himself out the Argo, which is free. Not free, it's unique to Aphrodite. It's now the Hill Fort coming down for Garnet. He's going to be able to take this middle position nicely. And will he be able to start breaking through the temple and everything else here or not is the big question. The Hypaspis going down. Toxotes on the back. getting some good damage done. But the Huskar have to be coming through as well here for Garnet. And Karma does decide that, yes, the game is too far lost here, too far gone. Garnet does manage to find the dub here. Some pretty vicious games here to start this series off now. Garnet strikes back. 1-1 at the moment. 1-1. I don't really know exactly where... I mean, Karma going wrong a little bit with the early Cyclops. Probably should have gone into Pacifist first and then started to build the Cyclops. I think it would have been a really, really nice way to play because then you have the answer for the Herser right away. Could have also mixed in Hippias, which can body block for the Cyclops as well in the fights. Often we see those getting forgotten about against Norse, but when you go Cyclops, Pacifist, Hippias, Cyclops is a really, really nice... a really, really nice unit. But nonetheless, well played there from Garnet. We'll jump back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty, we're in onto the map. Frozen Wastes. Frozen Wastes. And it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Odin affair here. I feel like I've seen this matchup again. I feel like I've seen it. I don't know if I saw it today or the other day, but I feel like... No, I did. I saw it yesterday. Interesting. Is this Garnet from AoE 2? If it's 3D Garnet from AoE 2, it is. I don't know if he... I don't know what other game he plays. I know he does play other games. But nonetheless... Alrighty, we've got ourselves just a little bit of time here to wait until our next game. As we've got to wait for the delay. Got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh. We'll see how things are going to go. But... yeah, I mean, this Tsukiyomi versus Odin matchup that I saw before was the most bloodthirsty game I've ever seen. Like, it was just villagers dropping non-stop. Am I hosting this one as well? Yes, yes, this is hosting. Okay, so well, let's just do some self-promotion. Hey, while we're doing the event, why not? Pandoras Box 2 runs every weekend for the month of March, basically, right? So we've got, well, and from now, every weekend from now, I should say. So this weekend we have the qualifiers, we've got the main event preliminary round, and then next weekend we start main event round 1, and then we go all the way to the end of March where the finals are on the last weekend of March. So we've got 6 weekends total of S-tier tournament goodness. So mark it off your calendar. You got nothing to do on the weekend anymore, but sit down and watch Age Mythology. There's some incredible games getting played on some incredible maps with some incredible RTS design and all the other good stuff. And yeah, this is the thing. Now, Demeter is available in this tournament. I will say that it is available. We haven't seen her be picked yet. I'm not sure if she will get picked. I know there are some really, really strong Demeter players playing, but I don't know if they're in the tournament. I know Pegasus, Rush, unfortunately had to pull out of the tournament. He's become very, very strong with Demeter. And also Keto, who never plays in tournaments, another incredibly strong player with Demeter. I imagine there's going to be a crew that kind of puts some effort into working out Demeter. She's an incredibly strong god, in my opinion. Arguably one of the best in the game when mastered. But mastering the god is difficult. But anyways, we'll see how things are going to go. Going into Frozen Wastes. For those of you who have watched any of the Legacy games, you will be somewhat familiar with this one. This one was in a bunch of the S-tier tournaments in Legacy. We have it coming back. The cool part about this map is the openness of it. The frozen waste, so to speak, the lake that is frozen over around the outside of the map is traversable but not buildable on. So not easy to defend, but yeah, it's a big, fat, raid-heavy map. The raiding players will love this one. But let's jump into it. Onto the map, Frozen Wastes. Let's go. And here we go into game number 3. Karma. On the left side of the map is our Tsukiyomi player. Garneth. On the right-hand side of the map is our Odin player. And I am realizing that we have our slow motion mode on. Let me fix that up for you as we kick off here into game number 3. I love Frozen Waste. This is a map that I always have a lot of fun on playing in Legacy. I know it's kind of like a... Okay, it's a bit of a hit or miss map between some of the players. Some people loved it, some people hated it. I always love this map. The cool thing about it is that all the gold mines are... You have to put lots of effort into defending them. They all spawn around the outsides. So you can focus on the outside if you want to try and get gold staffs happening. But on top of that, all the food is somewhat pushed into the middle. Huge walrus packs. Huge walrus packs. You've got the caribou in the center as well here. So you have to be sort of going, all right, do we go for the wood? Do we go for the gold? Do we go for the food? And then on top of that, the main base here is somewhat impossible to fully wall off and defend. So you have to be ready to be dealing with those raids. Now, of course, a wall here, a temple here, a couple of houses up to this position, a wall up to this side. You can defend this. Don't get me wrong, but it is a lot of effort. So there is lots of room for aggression. Now, on top of this, there's also room for really, really nice second town centers. So if we take a look at this one, it's nice and close to the main base. It's got a back gold mine. I say back gold mine because it's behind here, but incredibly difficult to defend. And then we've got ourselves the food here that's right on top of it. So there is a world where grabbing a far second town center or playing this map with a far second town center god in mind is very, very strong as well. So yeah, this is a raid heavy map. It just is. So we're going to see lots of people making cav and trying to put the pressure on. But that's the idea of it. So you have to be quick with your defense. You got to be quick with you're adapting to what your opponent's doing and making sure that you're dealing damage back to them while they're doing damage to your economy and all the other good stuff. Up onto the top here, Kama does go into this position. I would have expected him to try and keep his units nice and close. Maybe onto the front wood line here, a wall here, maybe a wall over. But there is also forest fire to worry about. So you almost don't want this forest to be burned down. This one being burned down is kind of okay for you, I guess. As Garneth now advancing. He's somewhat late to the next age. He went for 8 villagers on food, 4 gatherers as well on wood and gold, and only the 3 dwarves. Kama, on the other hand, hits the classical age pretty quickly here. And he's going to be ready to start going into whatever he wants to go into. Now, Tsukiyomi is the cavalry god for Japan, so does have a lot of success in going for cav. However, when you're playing against Odin, you have to be careful. If the Odin player goes for raiding cavalry, then you want to make Naginata Rider, or you want to make Yadi Spearman. Kind of more just want to make Naginata Riders. But if they go in for Berserks, that's when things get spicy. Because the Berserks have got Lone Wanderer. They move pretty fast. They take out the Naginata Rider really easily, and they can raid. So that's where you want to be thinking about maybe making Samurai or something like that. As Kama, while he hit the next age pretty quickly, he's taken a very long time to drop his first military building. Still hasn't really scouted what Garneth's doing, and Garneth chooses to go for the standard of the standard. 1 longhouse, 1 great hall. So he's got options of going raiding cavalry, throwing axemen. He's got options of going berserk, herdman, raiding cavalry. He's got options of going mass Herser with some throwing axemen or something like that. All probably not the best of ideas in this matchup, but maybe not terrible either. As we do see the forest fire getting dropped down. Fortunately, that's going to be the end. Ooh, it might not be. Karma's shrine here. No, that's going to be the end of the shrine. No way the shrine lives. It's going to be the end of the shrine. Sad days for Karma's Miko. She'll have to leave and go somewhere else as the Valkyrie over here is getting shot down by both the Jiragumo and the Bushi. And now we finally see Kama say, all right, Time for a stable. Let's do that. The guardhouse does manage to survive there. 545 HP. No problems. And now, Garnet makes the move over onto this... Sorry. Karma makes the move over onto this food. Same too, does Garnet make the move over onto this food. So the Valk comes through. It's going to start taking just a little bit of damage from the Bushy. And the Raid's looking to get in here. There's really not that many units out at all for Karma. I think he's in a bit of a difficult spot now. Villagers trying to make a break for it to get back into the town center. He loses one villager there. But he is in some trouble trying to heal up the Naginata Rider, get a little bit of damage done. The town center doing some damage too. Guardhouse on the back here, slowly getting taken out. Now we're seeing Yadi coming in, Bushy as well as every unit under the sun to get made to join into this Tsukiyomi army. As the Kitsune goes down, so very low HP units as Karma is trying to micro this as best as is humanly possible. Because he's got healing, he can get little bits of damage done and he can heal him back up. But so too does Garnet have healing just from playing Odin. He gets that 0.4 HP a second regen. As the Kitsune goes down, Naginata Riders going to be going down as well. You've got to be so careful with them. Karma tries to pull them back, but Garneth's too strong on that micro there. Trying to charge down after those Hersa. Might be able to pick off that low HP one, or maybe a low HP Herdman or something like that. It's the dodging, dipping, diving, ducking, and dodging. And Karma maybe overstays here, and the units all manage to stay alive. Meanwhile, more raids to come through. There's enough favor for another Valkyrie here who can just heal up those units to boot. But Garneth, he sees the option to get over onto this side and hit these villages. There is a Shiragumo in on this side. There is a Miko here as well, as the villagers will get healed up. They're getting pulled back. This villager does get spotted, gets caught out. Garneth at the moment is playing incredibly strong Odin here. As the Naginata, Yadi, Yumi. I think the one unit that I would have preferred to see instead of Yumi and Yadi. In fact, instead of making the guardhouse at all, I would have liked to see Samurai here. Samurai makes a lot of sense. You deal with this, you deal with this, you deal with this. Make Naginata and Samurai makes a lot of sense. Now Kama coming over onto this side, going to be looking to hit some villages somewhere along the lines. There are villages here that can go down. These raids here are very important. The villages being out in the middle of the map is dangerous. Does Kama see this is the big question. I don't know if he knows. Oop, maybe he does. He's going to come through. And yes, he does know. He's coming in and ready to hit these villages. He's going to start getting just that little bit of damage done. One villager going to be going down. Potentially 3 villagers going down here as the raiding cavalry comes over to stop this ever so slightly. The villagers turning around and shanking. That's 3, 4 villagers down. And this revenge raid is... And he converts 2 berserks as well. He converts 2 berserks as well. So that's another 2 villager kills. That raid was gigantic for Kama. Absolutely insane for Kama. Now, Garneth's going to come through here as well, but there is still Swampland remaining. Garneth has used his classical age god power. We're still seeing more Kitsune getting built. Over onto this side, this one Yadi Spearman has the weirdest of effects on him at the moment. He has the flames. I've never seen that before. But wild. Gonna be able to repair that one back up. We do see another guardhouse. So Kama is refusing the samurai route. And I think it's somewhat worked out for him after finding that one raid on that one pack of hunt villages. So now, I've said this before, but if you are in front on villages as Japan versus basically anyone, it normally bodes well for you. Normally, you're not in front on villages with Japan. Normally not. It's a raiding cavalry will sneak through here. No cheeky gate defensive shenanigans there from Karma as the raiding cavalry will get out of there unscathed, picking off a villager, taking their bounty and getting out of there. We'll be seeing a Skadi pre-queued here for Garneth as well. There are dwarves over onto this side. Villagers over here as well. That's the Yadi Spearman. Picking off one raiding cavalry, getting some more Deuterinos out. And Garneth will simply pull back and see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, another raid here from Karma. He is all over this. Managed to spot this happening, but Garneth is here with an army. So there's no problems here this time. Garneth does actually manage to chase Karma a little bit. Karma is just not pulling the units back enough. And he will end up losing one. Nope, 7 HP in a dream. No, he does lose it. One little snipe is nice there as the raiding cavalry still searching to get in here. Valkyries are a really nice front line, but those Bushi are going to be big as well. Meanwhile, Hachiman is going to be coming through. And I think after all is said and done here, Karma has gotten through the worst of it. Which basically means he's going to be able to drop New Moon, and he's going to be able to get a lot of upgrades in. Unfortunately, he's grabbing himself copper shields. I touched on this in the last time I watched Tsukiyomi, but even more so versus Norse, don't grab copper shields, go copper weapons, copper mail, and then drop New Moon. So you do see the frost coming in, and then drop New Moon on the armory. And that gives you bronze weapons, bronze mail. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is that? Swampland in the main base here from Garneth to protect him from all of the raids during this frost is absolutely wild. He needs to do something to keep himself going. Like these villagers in the middle here, also out of position. There goes the armory. Actually, funnily enough, with the hill fort here, this bronze weapons might be enough of an assistance because he's going to have to need it against the hill fort as the army from Garneth now swinging around, ready to take this fight over onto this side. The Shogun will be able to get some samurai in here. Can Garneth manage to win this fight? The military differential here is very, very close, but it's looking like the blue units are just that little bit too strong here. There's lots and lots of heroes as well to deal with all of these myth units. There's another samurai spawning in. And while Garneth's hill fort manages to potentially take out a couple of villages here, losing the army is absolutely huge. So Garneth's hill fort's going to go down. We're also going to be seeing the Tengu coming through for Karma. Does have to get himself aesthetic practices. It's a decent unit without the aesthetic practices. Becomes very, very strong with it. As he dives over here, ready to start taking out some villages. I think it's like 3 shots without aesthetic practices. And with aesthetic practices, it's 2 shots to kill off a villager. Of course, you can get yourself the survival equipment. And that'll give you an extra whack of life against those raids. But Garneth just trying to desperately get up this hill fort. 9 seconds from completion. As Karma charges in to take out these units. He gets up his hill fort, but I mean, he does actually look like he's got some... Oh, he had to make a big berserk conversion there. Looks like he's got an army to some degree. He needs to defend here, so making the berserk conversion does make some sense. Throwing Axeman on the back are going to be a nice help. The Frost Giant can get over here and maybe try and snipe the will freeze the Tengu. As Karma is just full send on this position. He's got himself that tier 3 of Bushido as well now. And Garneth looks to be fading in this match. The village is falling. The Hillfort will be able to finish off at least a Yumi Archer over here, but there's just nothing really left over on this spot. And Garneth taps out as Karma manages to claim game number 3 with some very, very impressive Tsukiyomi play. The big thing I think that Karma did here that I think really helped him is he pulled his villagers back into his main base. There was a moment where he got hit on this raid. He realizes he can't really defend there. He goes, all right, back into the main base. He got frosted on this spot. 8 seconds of idle time. I think Garneth, after the new moon, after getting the hill fort down, after forcing Swampland over here, he should have booked it. There was no need for him to take this fight inside of the power spike of Tsukiyomi. What do I mean by inside of the power spike of Tsukiyomi? I mean, every god has got these power spikes. They get into this, like, the point where they're at their strongest. And Tsukiyomi's, the point where he's at his strongest is moments after he clicks new moon, generally. So you don't want to fight that unless you have an overwhelming advantage. And Garneth, unfortunately, I think he just took the fight, didn't quite work out for him, and from there he's just going to fall off the cliff. But if he pulled back and he dropped this hill fort like he did anyways, would have been completely fine, I think, to also get himself in some armory upgrades. Take a look over here. He doesn't really have that many. Could have got some more in, probably could have defended, probably would have been in a good spot. But nonetheless, game 3 goes to Karma. We'll move into game number 4 shortly, as we'll see exactly what's going to happen. He only needs one more win. We'll see how it's going to go. All right, our next map is on Budapest, as it's going to be a Poseidon versus... A Poseidon versus Susanoo matchup. Alrighty, off we go. So we've got ourselves just 3 minutes of waiting here until we get into this next game. But Budapest is I love this map. I think this is probably my favorite water map. Actually, no, I like all the maps. Who am I kidding? I think I've got, if I played this tournament, the only map I would really care about banning is Hideout. That's the only one that I'm like, this one is in for pure, I don't know, how do I put it? This one's in for pure, like, madness and craziness. I might ban that one. Everything else, I love. I love every other map in this map pool. So seeing Budapest here, it gives me the tinglies. I also love watching a Hideout. It's just the playing of Hideout that is crazy. What's the best late game civ is the question from Keck. What? I can't even say your name. I'm sorry. From Keck. I believe the best late game civ right now is Demeter. I think that is... Keck was taken. There you go. That does make a lot more sense than what I was thinking it was. I think the best late game god right now is Demeter, if I had to guess. Just on the fact that she gets an extra 30 pop on everyone else from just having the farms. She has some really strong archers for the late game. And she also has access to Hephaestus, which means she can effectively increase her population by 10 for every single plenty vault she puts down. And she's also got plus 30% favor generation by having 10 goats on the temple, so she can get even more plenty vaults than the other Greek gods can. Ignoring Demeter? Shenong? Maybe? Maybe Shenong? Maybe Gaia? Gaia's got a really strong late game. Maybe Susanoo? Susanoo's got an amazing late game Death Ball. Maybe Loki with the like late game Hell Fire Giant shenanigans. It's kind of a difficult one. Why Gaia late game is good? It's because you've got Gaia Lush, which means you've got the faster trade route. So you've got more gold income than your opponents can potentially get. And you've got the most favor generation out of the Atlanteans inside of Leto, Thea, which means you can get multiple Hesperids trees to get multiple amounts of Dryads. So you can effectively push your population potentially even higher than Demeter. Of course, they're myth units, so maybe a little bit less value than just having the raw population. And then on top of that, you've got the Lampedi, which is a insanely powerful late game unit if you have enough of them. So altogether, if you get there and you're untouched, it should be good for you. The stress is on the second. No, the stress is where I put the stress. We've already had these conversations. But let's jump into this next game here on the map Budapest. Game number 4. Karma, 1 win from taking the series here onto the map. Budapest, let's go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into the 4th game in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Poseidon. His name is Chameleon, and he's playing some Poseidon. Does go for his dock over onto this side. Garneth on the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Susanoo. Also goes for the back dock. So, yeah, Budapest, you guys are starting to get somewhat familiar with these maps, but I'm going to introduce them again. Budapest is basically like a hybrid of Anatolia and Mirage. You've got sidefish, you've got backfish, you've got these really nice pockets of gold at the back of your map, so you can protect them, but they are open to transport ship shenanigans. So you got a little bit of, oh, it's safe, and a little bit of, it's not safe. So it depends on how creative you are with those transport ship shenanigans. You can definitely catch people off guard. Say you think that this position is safe. Okay, we'll grab this town center. We wall this off. We wall this off. And then all of a sudden we got a gold mine that's safe and a gold mine that's safe. Oh, wait, I put a dock here. I got a transport ship. I moved my 20 raiders into it. All of a sudden, all of your gold is dead. And I'm laughing at you. But nonetheless, I'm interested to see how this one goes. Now, if I'm Poseidon here against Susanoo, I'm thinking the map's really short. Let's get a fast advance in. I'm thinking if you just go for the... If you go for the... What am I trying to say? My brain just completely lost it as... Anyways. If you go for a fast advance here, and I mean like open 4 fish... advance at like 3 minutes and 30-ish seconds if you get the build order down, then you can get the next fish out while also being able to afford Atalanta, a center, and being in your opponent's base. Because the map's so close, it feels like it's a really, really good idea. The map is quite long, like Anatolia or Midgard. Takes a bit longer to get into their base. It's a little bit easier to prepare and defend. But it does feel like a good idea versus Susanoo, who does get off to the races, so to speak, pretty slowly. Nonetheless, Karma, just scouting is getting a bit nibbled here. As how many villages do you want to build a temple? Garneth says, I want 5. The Miko and 4 villages to get that temple up as fast as he possibly can. He still doesn't have the food to advance as he's making 3 Miko out, a 4th one to come out here as well. Meanwhile, Hermes is already on the way. Garneth's gold mine is out in the open. Of course, he can just sit here and heal non-stop versus this early game harassment, it's not the end of the world. If he has 3 or 4 Miko, he just pulls them in here, sits on this spot, plays healing, sitting under the town center. Never really going to lose anything to an early game Atalanta or center. The upgrades also coming through. Lure gets dropped down. Centaur charging across the map. Atalanta coming in. And this is a pretty fast advance from Karma, all things considered. 4 minutes and 4 minutes X, right? So 4-0X, he hits that next age. As the Centaur come over onto this wood line in an attempt to take out a villager here as Garneth pulls into the tower. Doesn't lose anything. There is the Miko on the back. Gonna start getting the heals up. To pull back in here and start looking for everything else. A dock up onto this side as well for Garneth to start getting his fish through on the top side is going to be big. Meanwhile, double stables up for Karma. He might look to go and drop his docks down over onto the left side sooner or later. But like I said, I almost don't think you need to run here. Like, do the math. Centaur special does something like 9 DPS onto the area. The Miko heals at 10 HP a second. If you get 3 of them, you're just going to be out healing. But nonetheless, not going to be out healing when there are Hippias and everything else coming in. We've already got watchtowers pre-queued. The Miko diving into the town center, going to continue to try and just heal everything up. This Miko over here getting caught out, unfortunately. Not sure what she's doing there. She doesn't know. The Kusanagi gets dropped down, but that is not going to be helping in the slightest. More villagers diving into the tower. Dojo coming through for Garneth here in a very, very difficult position as the Juragumo spawns as well right on top of the heroes. Not ideal. A huge unit there to just get thrown away as now the villagers have to move back over onto the gold mine. Yes, there's a watchtower, but it doesn't protect the front of the gold mine. It needs like some sort of wall here to just protect this a little bit more. But Kama, he's got to be happy with how he's opened this game. He got a lot of damage. He got a god power out. He's pulling back for the time being. On the flip side, Garneth advanced later, so he had more gather time for his villagers. He's also grabbed himself extra fishing ships. He's on 13 compared to Kama, who's only got 7. So while Kama is in front on the villager count right now, 20 to 23, he is behind on the fishing ship count. So it is kind of equal, so to speak. However, the big problem for Garneth in this game is going to be his wood lines. He has not protected these at all. A wall, for example, across to here. Protecting over here with a wall here. That's going to be a nice way for him to go to protect himself. But at the moment, he's got an armory. And he's looking to just try and squeeze his way to the heroic age. And he is deciding to go through Raijin here. He's just trying to get to the heroic age. We see a town center coming through here for Kama. The question is going to be, does a heroic age help Garneth? He gets himself access to the Raiju if he goes Raijin, which he does pre-queued and he is advancing through. So he gets a Raiju here. But of course, that's going to be really, really useful to deal with those Hippias. I guess that's probably the thought process from Garneth. Get heroic age, get Raiju, deal with the Hippias raids that way. Also put some pressure back onto your opponent with the raids. And also on top of that, the transport ship shenanigans to get onto this back line, like I said, is always going to be an idea. But Kama on the back foot, or not on the back foot, on the defense now, picking 2 town centers after the early pressure. He wants his own heroic age as well. So 2 town centers plus a heroic age. He's going to go through Dionysus. He's going to get access to the extra hero. Doesn't go for the Aphrodite, which could be a really nice help against those Raiju. You can probably pick off 2 of them, is my guess, with a nicely placed curse. But we see Ivory Netscape coming through for Garneth. Now, Garneth here, this guy knows. How many Miko does he have remaining? He lost a bunch of Miko here, unfortunately, but he does know He's going to get himself his Crushing Waves. He's got himself 2 Miko, and he's going to be looking for the Raiju value. Every one of these special attacks is gold in the bank for Garneth. That's what he wants here. Of course, it's also passive Bushido too, which is kind of a big deal. Now, all I want to see here from Garneth is a transport ship. Maybe not even a transport ship, just a archer ship, so that it can sort of poke here and it doesn't alert your opponent to it all too much. Of course, Karma will see this position, so you can't just sneak in here. But even if you come in, you're going to be able to get onto those villages very, very quickly. There's Garneth wandering forward. He doesn't know there's a town center that's being grabbed. Dionysus comes through. This top position also needs walling off. This position needs walling off. The best way to play against Raiju is to just wall your base in. As the villager is going to attempt to repair this up, that special comes in, gets a little bit of gold. With all these samurai and everything else, Kama is forced to click ceasefire as Garneth will pull back. And the Daimyo are going to be coming in as well. Doing all the good stuff. There is Spirited Charge coming through. We've got the Thracian horses. We've got the heavy cavalry. We've got the Dionysia. So the army decides it's time to take this fight here, but Thunderburst will come down, and Bronze gets dropped onto this one as well. That seems crazy because the Thunderburst is going to effectively ignore that damage, as now we see the Swampland also getting dropped down, but Garneth runs off it and then decides to take the fight again. Meanwhile, the Daimyo are going to come around onto the back here. They can take out that Hydra even through the Bronze, and Karma, even more surprisingly, sticks it out and takes the fight. He loses his entire army. Meanwhile, in the main base as well, there is a huge raid going on with these Raiju. He gets a huge amount of damage in as the army is going to be returning back onto the temple here. So those Centaur gets sent flying. The Raiju going to be looking for something else. Temple goes down. Militia going to be popping in. There's also a huge amount of favor that's now in for Garneth as well. Or about to be coming in. Comes in onto this side, gets another bit of gold from his Raiju there. He's just continuing to get these raids in. Very low on the HP though. It might be worthwhile to just bail out as the wall's coming in. He's not going to be able to do so. Both Raiju go down. Huge win there for Karma to deal with those. But damage is being dealt. The good thing for Karma is he's on 2 TCs. He's in front by 10 villages. He's not far behind on military resource value at all. In fact, in being in front by... I mean, is he really in front by villages though? 15 to... Is it still 7? 15 to 7? It's kind of close in terms of actual income here. But Garneth will need to drop a talent center at some point, or he's going to have to figure out how to get in onto this gold mine. I mean, the other alternative is to wait for another Swampland, wait for his next tier of Bushido, and then go that way. All his units here are going to be getting healed up by the Miko. Oh, the Honnengyo. Funnily enough, this guy gets gold as he's going to be attacking. You can kind of see it go up every time he's going to be eating. You've got to run those militia away. Also, delete the fishing ship as well. This is all just free gold for Garneth here. As the heroes will come over. We'll start slapping down. This is a nice play here from Garneth. He can just get all the fishing ships over here, and then he doesn't really need to go into a second town center as quickly. Or as urgently, I should say. Meanwhile, a fortress on the front here from Kama. Garneth, does he spot it? No, he misses this one. He probably would go for a big attack here if he knew, but Missing that one. Going to be pulling back ever so slightly. Over onto this side. The villager and the Duskabot's having a little bit of a disagreement. It looks to me like Garneth wants a Mythic Age, but he doesn't have a castle. In fact, he's grabbing Shaft Mine. If he didn't grab Shaft Mine, he could build the castle and go Mythic Age here. And some more heavy samurai on the way. Garneth will just pull back ever so slightly. Still not able to quite do all too much. I mean, the castle to come down. I think there's going to be a Mythic Age, though, first for Karma. Now, generally speaking, if Greek can get to the Mythic Age and they still have gold mines secured, life gets really, really tough for the Susanoo and for the Japanese in general. Meanwhile, Wall's coming up over onto this side as Garneth is going to be charging over here. 6.6 speed on these Raiju. They move very, very quickly. Oh, but he does pull back. Not sure what made him turn around, but there is, if he can, he has to be over on this side, right? He's got to be knocking on the door there as Watatsumi is coming in. Now, I've seen this God Power turn games on its head one too many times. We might see it happen again here. Even though the score is in the lead for Garneth, I give Karma the advantage here. He's got 2 TC. He's got Fortress. He's got gold mines secured here. He's walled up on this side. There's 2 gold mines on this. You can put a Fortress here as well to lock this up a little bit. But what Garneth has is he's got himself the God Power that comes with Watatsumi, which, if clicked correctly, can erase an entire army. And if killing an entire army and then be able to push through and take off all the gold of Karma, life's going to get very tough. But Karma does have Feist. He's going to have the upgrades. He's going to have a big amount of economy to rebuild. It's probably going to be fine for him. We'll have to wait and see. So these Raiju coming through, it's still just getting tons and tons and tons of resources every time they come in and use that special. That's the big advantage here for Garneth, I'd say. As we saw also another town center over here for Karma coming through. Plenty Vault gets dropped down. When Champion comes through, there is enough favor to easily drop another Swampland as well. So I guess after a big fight, that next tier of Bushido might be close to coming in. Now, Champion coming through. Heavy infantry. Kusanagi does get dropped down as Garneth says it's time to fight. He's getting very, very close to that next stage. I'm surprised he takes this one here, but Karma says, hey, what are you doing? This is an easy win for me. But now, Watatsumi to come through, and that there is going to be... Was that a dead villagers? He goes on the villagers with the special, and he's going to ride over the... Oh, look at the villagers here getting obliterated. Absolute carnage. From that Dragon Typhoon from Garneth, he kills the fortress as well. The villagers popping up onto this tide. Karma in full panic now. He doesn't have the favor for his ceasefire. That's what he needs. 160, 170 pop in the bank here for Garneth. He's going to continue to put pressure on. Karma does not need this gold mine. He has gold on the bottom. He's got 3 town centers. He doesn't need to fight for this, but he's continuing in here. And Garneth is just doing so much damage at the moment. Now Karma does finally decide it's time to bail. Bronze, mail, bronze, weapons to come through. He can still make a comeback. Look at the population dropping here for Garnet. I mean, look at the population for Karma as well, but still. Polyphemus does end up going down, but look now, there's going to be another tier of Bushido coming through. As yes, you've got Champion, you've got all the upgrades in the world through Hephaestus, but now another 100 favor is in, and that could be a whole bunch of Shinigami to come through. It could be another Swampland, or Swampland plus Thunderburst, which is brutal. Kama will have to perform somewhat of a miracle here to bring this one back. He lost so many villages as well during that Dragon Typhoon that Garnet is not only in front on villager count, but he's also in front on fishing ship count. Basically, in every single way, he's found himself an advantage here. Umibozu is here. Yeah, Garnet can use the Umibozu. Drop in onto this side. I mean, there's 2 myth units here, so maybe it's not going to be that useful. But he could use that to drop over here, I guess, and then get it over this side, as we do have the Thunderburst getting dropped onto the main town center. As Garnet says, look, I got so many dudes. If I just charge in here and we just force you to get away, I can just kill your town center. It's gonna be fine. Units popping back out. Samurai doing what they can. The Shinigami still alive. This guy still has another form to come back in. So he does finally end up going down there. And Garneth may have overstayed his welcome to some degree. The issue for Garneth is looking just like a population issue. He needs another town center. He needs fortified town centers or something like that. Kama, on the other hand, just needs economy. He does manage to force a pushback to some degree here. Oh, like, yeah, where is the idle units for Garneth? He's got a 4 population Umibozu. He's got some random dudes over here taking down that back dock. Kama gonna pull back underneath the town center. These Oyumi are also insanely useful. 3 population for them, but they're going to be really, really good at taking out the Hephaestus. But of course, Hippias are amazing at taking out the Oyumi, though. They've got high pierce armor, so they can get in and take them out quickly. And while this is all going on, Garnet has hit a little bit of a roadblock here. 158 pop with 205. Kama holding strong. He's creeping back up in the score. Up onto this top side. This gold mine has been spotted now as the Raiju to come through. Getting a little bit of rage. Kama can pull back onto this back gold mine if he wants to. He does have a Wasen here, so he can use that to dive behind the walls, so to speak. And Karma continuing the defense over onto this gold mine as well. It is 3 town centers apiece. Maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea to start a trade route here for Garneth just to push his economy a little bit further. Now, he's got plenty of economy. He just needs to spend the resources. He's only got the 1 guardhouse. He's got 6 dojo, 1 stable. 6 dojo is kind of like having 12 military buildings, but you need to get the upgrades in as well. Now the Umibozu is going to be joining in. And somehow, some way, Kama still fighting in this game. Still fighting in this game. He's on 3. Like, the thing is, he's on 3 town centers. That's the big thing. He's still got some fish as well. So his food economy is kind of fine. And he's got the plenty vault. So, like, economically speaking, he's actually kind of okay. He just needs to get the military working for him. Garneth, on the other hand, might want to consider making Yumi horse archers, no? Sashimon or Bannerman, plus asymmetric bows. They're really, really strong in the late game. And also, Karma doesn't have a single archery range, has got 0 in the way of archery upgrades. So the Peltas are going to be somewhat useless against those champion Yumi horse archers. Of course, it's an effort to get the tech switch, but you just have to get the buildings down. But for the moment, it's just looking like Garneth doesn't have population. His army is gigantic, I guess, but I don't know. It just looks like it's really small, no? Because if you look at this, there's 17 samurai. That's like there's 34 samurai. Or it's the 34 infantry units. On the flip side here, Karma trying to get himself fortified town centers, just pumping resources. He's got all his armory upgrades. Everyone to this side, a beautiful raid with those Hippias. Just trying to keep active, trying to do the right things to find the wins in this game. The pacifists slapping through here. They're going to be really, really effective versus all of those samurai. Naginata riders are coming through. It's finally Garneth decides it's time to make some stables. But he doesn't have himself Sashimon or Bannerman. He doesn't have himself the asymmetrical bows, so making those horse archers not that useful at the moment. Making the Naginata riders not that useful either. Does Karma have the resources to keep charging in like this or not is the big question. As the Hippias up to the top side of the map. Searching, but he is losing a lot to these military buildings and random units that are along the way. It's the rest of Garneth's army to come through, and they will be able to clean up this middle problem that Karma's presenting for Garneth. Garneth up here now. Going to pick off some villages. We do see another Umibozu coming in. This, like, the thing about the Umibozu, look at the damage this guy does. He's very slow, but 80 hack on one smack with 1 divine damage is not that much. But 80 hack, he one hits the villagers. Of course, the villagers should have themselves survival equipment, but they do not. It does have the Dionysia, so the villagers have just a little bit more HP than they otherwise would normally. It's Garneth charging back in yet again, trying to take out these units. And it's looking like yet again, Karma's struggling to produce an army here. He's lost everything again. He does still have the gold mines at the back. No trade route started. Pretty safe trade route from the back here to the town center, or over here to the town center as well. Could be an idea. But now Garneth's just continuing to charge in here again, as it's like, it's almost like there's just 2 brick walls in this game. Neither player can break through anything. Hippias going to be charging in after those Oyumi on the back. Very, very smart. Exactly what he needs. As the villager count's slowly creeping up to 100. And I think we're in this game for the long haul now. Karma, he's stabilized. Without question, he's stabilized here. So that means Garneth has to find some sort of magic inside of Susanoo. Like, guys, he does have the really powerful Shinigami comp, but you have to have tons of favor income to get to that. It's unrealistic. Making Yumi Horse Archers has to be the right move, but he continues to just spam Samurai. If he can stay alive potentially for the next tier of Bushido, he does go up to the next tier of Samurai, I think. But Kama now is rolling in with the Heliopoli. And he will be able to take out Garnet's castle here, putting an end to this gold gathering. More units falling. Both players are falling in population. Neither of them are able to keep their population solid in this game. But losing buildings, losing the position. Over on this side, 2,000 gold remaining here. That's brutal. He needs a trade route started yesterday. Garneth is trying to siege down the fortress and maybe sneak in to grab this gold mine. I think the thing that Kama did well here is he's locked off the gold on this side. To some degree, I guess. Heliopolis continuing to move forward, taking more buildings out. And Kama, for the first time in this game for a while, not the first time in this game, the first time in a while, has retaken the score lead. Over onto this side, picking off villagers, continuing to hit this gold mine. Garnet's got 0 gold in the bank. He's trying to make some of those Omyoji now as somewhat of an assistance, but it looks like there is not much else that Garneth can do here. He's got 150 population and he taps out, and Karma somehow, some way manages to hold on and find the dub in this absolutely ridiculous comeback. He was somewhat dead to rights, but the thing is, he was dead to rights in military, not in economy. And Garneth couldn't convert the military advantage into anything tangible. A fourth town center, cutting off gold, those types of things. And Karma gets the dub. He's in the winners bracket. Somewhat of a dark horse here. This is a player that I don't think was on many players' radar to be in the top 16. We'll see how he's going to go, but an incredibly well-played series from Karma. Credit where credit's due. He's been playing very, very solid Age of Mythology. Unfortunately for Garneth, he does lose this one, but he's not out of this tournament. He will be moving to the losers bracket. We will be seeing him, I don't think next week, but the week after. Let's head over into the drafting menu and see what we can see. I totally did that wrong. This series over. We're going to hit the be right back and get ready for our next series, which is going to be Divine versus Izumato. Stick with me. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another game, another you, another me. We've got our final series for today. These guys have been waiting in the back, waiting their time to show, waiting their turn to show the world they mean business. We've got Divine, fan favorite. Lots of people enjoy his gameplay. He's a very defensive player, loves his 2 town center booms. And we've got Izamato, a little bit of a dark horse here. I asked him earlier what he thought his win chances were against Divine today, and he said, ooh, I'm thinking 10 to 15%. So does not have the confidence in this one. However, look at which god he first picked. Look at which god has been first picked. Izamato has taken Demeter. He also takes Isis. And it's not just he just takes Demeter because she's there and he's like, I'll just take her. No, he takes Demeter and he says, this is my god, I'm ready to go. Let me show you some business. The maps. We've got Gorge, we've got Prairie, we've got Budapest, we've got Haywire, we've got Frozen Wastes. I already know exactly what map Izamato wants that Demeter on. Divine, however, in Divine fashion, he loves Zeus. His Zeus is so good. He first picks Zeus. He's then picking his Thor up. He has been playing a lot of Thor. Grabs Freyr as well. Loves the... In fact, he's really got a lot of the Norses. This is super undivine-like. Really undivine-like. I haven't really been up to date with the Divine meta. He has his own little way of playing. I don't believe he's playing only Norse gods effectively with Set. That's wild. It's absolutely wild. Our first matchup is going to be a Thor versus Gaia. Not the easiest matchup for either player. I think Gaia can beat Thor. I think Thor can beat Gaia. It is very, very tricky. Lots of things can go wrong. Where's Husk Soup? Thought you'd never see a full Norse draft in a tournament, hey? Norse OP. Nerf, 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 nerf. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's just jokes. It's just jokes. Please, devs. No more Norse pain. Let's jump into our first game here. It is on Gorge. Let's check it out. And here we go in the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the red Gaia. His name is Izamato. Gotta get that nice close in on Gaia, right? You know, get in here and check her out. In the top side of the map, playing as the blue Thor, with the Thor's hammer and everything else in here, it is the one, the only, Demeter. No. Divine. It is Divine playing as Thor. All right, I sort of, my brain, it's not working. It's fine. Let's watch. We're on the map Gorge. Game number 1, best of 5 for the main event preliminary round 1. Well, not 1. Main event preliminary round. I'm struggling. All right, let's come over here and check out some relics and see how things are going to go. Got the Shannong's Okra Whip. Extra 5% per food gather rate per upgrade on the farms. And we've got the Eye of Ornlu, going to be an extra 5% for those counter infantry units. And we've got the Kui Drum, doing bonus damage for the heroes as they lose HP. And over here we've got Bow of Artemis. This one's going to be making the range soldiers and ballista, for whatever reason, costing less resources. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the reason I said Demeter is because there's lots of Demeter going on. Demeter was first picked in this series the first time. I think she's been first picked the entirety of this tournament. So that's exciting. So we're probably going to be seeing her at some point in this series. But nonetheless, Divine does open up with his Dwarven Armory, and I was saying this before. I don't know what Divine's deal is with Norse. He actually went for 4 Norse gods in his draft, which is wild because there's only 6 gods, and there's still a large amount of high-level gamers saying, do not pick Norse. Do not pick it. It's bad for you. But nonetheless, we'll see how things are going to go. Izumato has his guy. He does drop the economic guild first and foremost. The map is Gorge, so it's a nice defensive booming map regardless. The one really good thing about playing on Gorge as Thor and as Norse in general is the ability to wall the map up. The ability to wall the map up is very, very key. You lock off this potentially over here. You can lock off a whole bunch of stuff very, very quickly onto this side, etc., etc. There's no real need to play this matchup fast from the Thor side. Play a defensive game through Skadi, maybe Forseti as well, and we're just going to be saying, fine, come at me, Mr. Izumato and your Gaia, and we'll just bounce off me and we'll just run around the map and do a whole bunch of stuff while ignoring your army and things like that. But nonetheless, it's going to be a Oceanus here for Izumato. Not really surprised in the slightest to see the Oceanus here. Leto, as fun as Leto is not really viable versus Norse. I said it before, but automatons are amazing versus any civ that has ranged heroes, only ranged heroes, or has limited amounts of heroes. So it's good versus China, it's good versus Egyptian, it's good versus Greek. It's not good versus Norse, it's not good versus Japan. That's just the way it is. That's not good versus Atlantean either, because they've got massive infantry heroes. Okay. So, with that out of the way, we have to go Oceanus. And we are going to be seeing Izumato going for a very quick second town center here. I really like this play versus Thor because it's Gorge. On one of the more standard maps, maybe not so good. But on Gorge, you've just got so much ability to play defense. Dropping a Gaia Forest here, for example, one wall, or a Gaia Forest here, one wall here. All of a sudden, this position is incredibly defensive. Put a mana up on here, spread the Gaia Lush around. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Divine on the other side. I don't see any buildings in just yet. He's building a whole bunch of houses, but no longhouse. He's got 7 villages on wood. To me, this looks like he is going for his own town center himself here. I could be wrong. In fact, I think I am wrong, as Divine now grabs himself pickaxe, hand axe, and husbandry. As the town center is now finished for Izumato. I don't like this Gaia Forest. Just put it here and chop down over here at the very least. And then you can lock off these positions. But he is onto this second gold mine already. Should be thinking about effectively, okay, 2 TC versus 1 TC theory. Let's go. One player is playing defensive. The other player is sort of grabbing upgrades and doing. We got some time for some theory lessons here. Welcome to Boit's class on how to age mythology 101. If you play 2 TC, the biggest advantage you can get is to be on a secondary gold mine early. Why? Because it can extend your main gold mine in the main base for longer, and if your opponent hits some crazy all-in to try and kill you, you can oftentimes just leave that position, go back into your main base, allow the villager advantage you have to give you the actual income advantage, the actual economic advantage, and then you can push back out and just win with more stuff. Meanwhile, on the top of the map, we do see that Carnivora coming down. I do not believe this is going to do a whole lot. In fact, it just gives favor over to Divine. He's going to be happily taking that for himself and then finishing his town center up. The one thing here that Izumato does have that he's very, very happy about is he's going to be in front on the villager count. Even though Divine has been grabbing himself all the armory upgrades to have the Caladria coming through. And he's going to be able to heal up and continue to race in and do damage. But yeah, like I think this one is just going to be a big fat... Dodge, 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 dip, dive. I think this is just going to be a big fat boomy map. A big fat boomy game. And even though Izamato is trying to force a little bit of damage here early on, I don't think there's much for him to get. Maybe the back of the base, hit the wood villages there. Maybe you can take out the Dwarven Armory. The town center is up now. Throwing axemen are going to start coming through. And I think Izamato's next best bet here is to get to the Heroic Age. Ideas of Contarius raids, go Thea. Enjoy the extra favor coming through from Thea, as well as Tymphalian birds, which can be a really nice help. Divine's got a lot of Hersir in. Throwing Axeman Hersir is basically a staple to some degree for Thor. On the one hand, really solid infantry unit. On the other hand, also giving him favor income. He's got 10 favor gatherers, and these guys are getting 0.015 favor per second. Not 0.02, 0.15, I believe. So it's a lot of favor there. But now the Carballister are in, but Divine doesn't need to fight at all. He just can sit back and play defense here, get to the Heroic Age. He can even get himself watchtowers if need be. He's got so many units here, actually, that I'm worried a little bit about Izamato's ability to make use of these Carballists. Just too many units. Divine sees his opportunity to strike. He's now getting himself out some raiding cavalry to help out. Doesn't want to overcommit. Fair enough. Got to play that very safe, comfortable game. Meanwhile, Divine also pushing forward onto this gold mine. This is a risk. He did just win a nice fight, so to take a risk here is generally fine after you kill off a couple of units and you threaten some stuff. But Divine really should start thinking about these walls. In tournament, walls are the lifesaver. People will get you. They will hit you. And if there is a god that it's worth it to war with, or a pantheon that it's worth it to war with, Norse is that god. I can't stress this enough. I am also, I know Divine's not a fan of walls. I know he's not. But I'm also not that much of a fan of walls. I like to just trap my opponent and let them come in and we deal with their raids with my units and things like that. But yeah, as I said, if there's a god to build walls with, it's gonna be Norse, because you don't have to spend the villager idle time to build those walls up. Now Thea will be coming in. Bragi getting pre-queued from Divine. I don't mind a little bit of a raid to come in from Divine, but the walls are in. He's not going to be allowed in here. He's going to try to knock these walls down. The villagers come around and they can literally just out-repair this. He sees another villager over here. He's not going to be able to quite get that one. It's the army now making its way in here, and Divine has to be very careful. He's going to take a lot of damage on the retreat here. Now, luckily, he has the speed advantage, so it's just going to be 1 or 2 units that are falling. But yeah, the Bragi here is fine. I mean, in this sort of a situation, when you're playing so defensive like Divine, I'm surprised he doesn't go for Skadi. That being said, there is no chaos, so Bragi, there's not a great counter to the flaming weapons. So apart from just running, as the Carbalist here will be doing crazy amounts of damage to that front line as the Hersir are going down. Of course, there's no answer to take out the Thrown Axeman on the back there, with the exception of the Carnivora. He does have Carbalista, but you need to kind of get close for them to really get the damage done. As Izamato does manage to hold the fight, hold the fort, so to speak. He gets in, he's putting more pressure on. Villagers over here will have to start retreating. And Divine get a couple of raiding cavalry in, trying to push back. He is now into the next age. So he's going to have himself a battle boar. That's going to be a big help to deal with those Caraballister as well. Ismarta, on the other hand, also going through Thea. So no problems where that's concerned. Little cheeky hill fort to come up. Like as always said, one of the biggest advantages you have as Norse versus Atlantean is the Huskarl. Why? They don't have a melee counter infantry unit up until the Fanatic. So you get a lot of value out of running around with those bad boys. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map as well, there is a town center coming through for Ismarta. It is spotted by Divine. Great scouting. One house and a dream there. So Divine can choose to do what he wants. He can either go for a big fat all-in and try and end Ismarta's greedy town center grabbing ways, or he can take it slow and just grab this town center over here. Meanwhile, all the upgrades start coming in as well. I'm surprised to see Divine not just go for his third town center here. I mean, in a way, it's not like he's going to fall that far behind by not. Because there's only so many villages in front that Ismarta can get before he hits 100. It's not the biggest of problems. But I'm still surprised to see him not go for it. Meanwhile, Contarius are going to be the unit of choice here for Ismarta to start mixing in. But look at this army from Divine. An absolute powerhouse of an army. He's got flaming weapons. Where does he go on attack, though, is the question. The main base is dangerous because there's watchtowers that can come through in an instant. Ismarta over here has a palace. That's also somewhat dangerous to attack into. But Divine is ready for the fight. Charging in. He manages to catch out one of the Caraballis there onto the midline there. There goes the Carnivora as Flaming Weapons gets dropped down. Divine says it is go time, and Ismarta has nothing he can do except for run here. He has to run. Citizens through the walls over onto this side. No problems. The palace will fall down. You do have to remember, though, Ismarta has a gold mine on here. He's still got gold over here. The Flaming Weapons will run out. And Ismarta can rebuild his army to some degree here. As Divine manages to clean up a lot of those units that were sitting inside of the palace, he'll be able to pull back through this little position and pull back into his little spot over here. Meanwhile, we've got the hill fort coming in for Divine. Great haul as well. Another great haul for Divine. I mean, he needs the hill fort up first and foremost. And then he's going to be fine here. He's got so much favor in the back. Battle Boar are going to be an amazing addition into this already terrifyingly strong Norse army. You'll note that instead of going for the third town center, he just grabbed fortified town centers, which I actually do like as a different option. You actually do get more population from it than grabbing the town center. Of course, less villager production, but still. Divine charging through here, throwing axemen, doing what they can. There's not really any infantry units remaining here. Ismarta is fighting on top of the Gaia Lush, however, so that's going to be a big assistance. Population differential, somewhat, it's actually identical here. But the battle ball is coming in. There are going to be some heroes to come in and try and deal with the battle ball nice and quickly, but they do get taken out. On the backside there, the Stymphalian bird goes down. The battle ball also goes down. And Divine drops the forward healing spring. This allows him to effectively go equal with the regen from sitting on the Gaia Lush. So Gaia Lush, I could be wrong on this. I could be misspeaking. But I'm pretty sure Gaia Lush is regeneration classified. think I'm wrong on this. As I'm saying it, the more I say it, the more I think I'm wrong. But I think it's regen classified. And I think that the healing spring is healing classified. So everything that's healing does have a half cost. So it goes from 3 HP down to 1.5 HP in a fight. The Gaia Lush is just 1 HP stock and just keeps on being 1 HP. So it's like 0.5 HP advantage for Divine by fighting underneath the healing spring. So effectively equal. That's my take. But I feel like I'm wrong. I might be. Anyways. The fight to continue along here. Divine still sitting at full population. In full swing. Is starting to get himself portable rams in to try and break the town center on the top. Izumato trying to hold on here, but he just does not have population to fight this. His armory situation is starting to fall behind as well, as we've already got iron weapons in for Divine. His portable ram through, slowly starting to get that damage number. There are a couple of units already in to start poking that down. Divine happily taking out archers in underneath the town center as Izumato needs to garrison and keep them alive. And it looks like Izumato has somewhat run out of steam in this game. Of course, he can just run, try and rebuild his army, try and outplay here, bring himself back from the dead. We'll have to wait and see. Dwarven Mine also coming down is huge up onto this side because it gives him so much more gold per second. 1.53 instead of 1.23. Very, very nice. Now, Mythic Age in for Izumato is a bit of a stretch here. He's so far behind on military. He might just lose the entirety of his base. But of course, he can implode. He can kill off the army. Happy days. Potentially. Well, not even kill off the army. He's going to kill off the throwing axemen. The Huskar live. The Jarls live. He's got a healing spring that can heal everyone back up to full HP except for the throwing axemen. So one implode by itself is not going to be enough, as the citizens over here are spotted by Divine's third town center. Divine also pre-queuing out Tia. Just going to clean up these corner buildings and all the other good stuff. Mana going down for Izumato. And then where to next? The Contarius raids. If you're ever behind, the best way to come back is to raid. Always raid. Never stop raiding. Raid, 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 raid. But what can he hit? There's nothing on this right side. Everything is up on the top side where the army is. Alrighty. Now, Izumato hits the next stage. Effectively... Oh no, he's losing all of his Contarius to Herdman. Effectively, Izumato needs to get the best implode he's ever gotten. The literal best implode he's ever gotten in his life. And even then, I don't think it's going to be enough. The implode comes down. Divine runs. He's losing some population, but it's all going to be coming back in very, very quickly. So many units surviving this implode. He barely drops down any pop there. Tyr is on the way. He's got himself Burning Pitch, Dragon Scale Shields, Iron Armor coming through. Izumato pulling back. He can't fight this army ever at this point. Izamato going to pull around to the side and see what he can do. If he can break through over here, take out this position, take out this position. What is possible here? That's the big question. As Tyr comes in, Fenris Wolf will be popping out. Winter's going to come through soon. Divine is just enjoying himself, I think, at the moment. He's got the entirety of the map on lock. He's got hill forts popping up all over the place. Izamato doesn't even have himself fortified town centers here, let alone armory upgrades. He's on bronze versus basically full Thor. He's only missing dragon scale shields. The fight to come in onto this position. I mean, if this Argus can get a good special off, it could be huge. Divine kind of ignoring it. It does like 60 Divine or something if you sit on it. 40 Divine, I can't remember. The Fimbulwinter is down. That's going to hurt the economy of Izamato even more. He's got infinite nearly gold, it seems, in the bank, but everything else is on zeros. 7 on wood, but basically zeros here. And the army for Izamato yet again falling. Huge amounts of favor in the bank for Divine to do whatever he wants with. Dragon Scale Shield now in. Divine's army is disgustingly strong. His economy is gigantic. He has the market set up to start a trade route as well. Palace falls, and Izamato's hopes fall with it as the first game does go over to Divine here. Incredibly solid Thor play to kick this game off. Izamato was like, I think he was in a half decent position. He kind of got caught out on this spot. He probably could have been playing more for like hyper economy, maybe trying to get out like a more mobile army, so to speak. Maybe some more walls up, get up some more things. He did not need to fight on this palace at all. He did not need to fight the Thor in his strong point here. Could have been going for upgrades, going for some strong Stymphalian bird ideas, get a whole bunch more oracles out, mix in a whole bunch of Stymphalian birds, force out all the Godi, which allows your Contarius to get some real good value. Those type of ideas seem really, really good in hindsight. But hindsight is 2020, as they say. We'll go over to the drafting menu and see what these guys are going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, we'll give Flipperoonie here and the update as Divine makes that first game. As the next map is on Frozen Wastes, and it's going to be a Zeus versus Shenong affair. Zeus, Frozen Wastes, and Shenong. Alrighty. Looks like there's no waiting around on this one. The players are already in and off to the races. So are we too, as we jump into game number 2 on the map Frozen Wastes. Here we go, guys. Left-hand corner of the map. On his main, on his first pick, on his favorite god, we have Divine. playing as Zeus. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Izamato playing as Shenong. And yes, we are on the map, Frozen Wastes. The map with the gold mines surrounding the outside. There is room for some very, very defensive play here. Town center over here is half decent. You got a gold mine. The food, however, not ideal there. If you grab the middle town center, perhaps not bad. You've got a whole bunch of walrus here or walrus there. You've got berries. You've got the food over here, for example. This town center is half decent. Then you still got the issues of your gold having a lot of troubles. A lot of troubles. But we'll see which way Divine wants to go here. I'd be surprised if he does go the 2 town center route. But also it's Divine, so maybe I won't be surprised at all. The reason it's weird and difficult to make it work on this map, the main reason is on a normal map, you have 6 or 7 or even 8 caribou. On Frozen Wastes, you start with 5. Each caribou with 200 food in them, equaling 1,000 food only in terms of hunt in your main base. You do have some chickens, 5 chickens. You've got some berries in your main base. That's decent. But if you go for the second town center and your opponent puts heavy pressure on, you're going to get food starved, which means you can't build villages anyways. Which basically means no point. We'll see how it goes. Villagers popping through the town center, coming over onto the wood line. We will have the Chi Yao on the way here for Izamato. And Hermes coming through for Divine on the left-hand side. So it's got to be Hermes. This is interesting. Normally you only see Divine going for Athena here. But he does decide on the Hermes. This is really, really strange. This is also one of the more... this is one of the more weird storehouses I've seen. It's kind of like open, so you run in here and it's like, welcome to my wood line. But then again, he will be able to move out and he will be able to potentially drop this town center pretty quick. This one is so tempting though. Especially with these walrus that you can drag underneath the town center basically. But Izamato is going to be quick here. The immediate Kwafu to build the military camp is really, really sick. This is what you want to do. You get the units out very quickly. You're across the map. You're doing damage quickly. You have the Centaur out. Villagers popping through the town center, making their way over. Divine is sitting on his town center. He's waiting. That's a lot of villagers here. And we do have the bolt there onto the Yatsa. The Pioneer sitting, waiting, watching. Sky Lantern doesn't see the settlement up right under his nose. Doesn't matter. Izamato's not making anything. What's he spending his resources on? Yatsa? He's spending his resources on Yatsa? What's Divine doing? How is he not? Okay. I'm going to give you 2TC tip number 2. If you ever go 2TC, that's right. There we go. Much better. If you ever go 2TC, make sure you herd the animals under the town center. Really nice play from Divine. This is exactly what you want to do. You have a nice safe hunt here. Very tough to raid it. Very tough to push off it. In the main base, however, the Yatsa causing some problems, and that is causing a delay of village production ever so slightly. There's the Centaur coming in here to say g'day. Izamato just trying to ravage the economy, trying to delay as much as he possibly can with these units that he's built. Onto this side, see some more villages here that he can jump onto. I think that one of the actual secrets with the Yatsa, and I think the way that things go really badly normally, is the auto jump on this yard. So I don't think it's that important to jump onto the villagers. Treat the unit just like a nice, quick cavalry unit that doesn't die, but also has the escape ability of using that jump manually away. That's the way I've seen players have success with it. But I've seen this auto jump, you almost inevitably end up jumping in and onto enemy heroes. That's just what happens. Centaur going to be searching out. Divine going to be looking for what he's actually up against. Isomato dropping Shenong farms in his main base at the moment. He hasn't produced anything. Yes, he's made... Oh, he's got a couple of units here. I was about to say, he hasn't produced anything. He's got a couple of units here. He's got that Rush all pre-queued, but I think he just wants to stay Classical Age and put pressure on. Stables coming up for Divine here. One of the sort of stock standard compositions for Greek versus the Classical Age, like unit compositions that China can make, is going to be Hippias Toxotes. So we'll see how it's all going to go for Divine as he's going to continue to mass up some dudes. Is this an archery range? No, it's a market. He's got this back gold mine as well. Love to see that. But also would love to see the Yahtses. I mean, he's healing them up for the time being. They sit here in the Shenong area, healing up. Then he can send them back into fight. But he has to come around the outside on this ice and get in onto these villages and start attacking them. Meanwhile, Divine starting to build up his own Centaur numbers. He has 6 on favor here. I quite like this. Did he get a relic? He's got the 9-tailed fox charm. I really like the usage of Centaur when you have that relic, because the main weakness of this unit is that you can't heal it. So very rarely does, with good micro, very rarely does a Centaur just die, right? Very rarely. So if you get that 9-tailed fox relic, then you get the Centaur just constantly going to heal themselves back up, and they're going to be in a good little spot. The Centaur here, as I say that, why you gotta make me a liar, Divine? Why you gotta make me a liar? There you go. That's right. You pull back and they don't die. And then he's gonna heal back up. Jeepers. But nonetheless, these Yachts are getting pulled back. A little more Hippias coming out. And Divine has managed to basically equalize here in terms of military, which is huge as he's on 2 TC. But Isomato does have a heroic age coming through. So if Divine can sniff this out and put some pressure onto this, he probably wins the fight. And then he's good to go. The other thing is that an early Rusho here doesn't really do a whole lot because Ceasefire is on the cards. I mean, not only that, also this is such a good move from Divine on this gold mine early on inside of this fast 2 TC. He's also got this gold mine here that he can go for. Leaving the one in the main base, just chef's kiss. Meanwhile, a couple more houses coming up for Isomato in the main base. He's advancing. He's getting his upgrades in. I must say, it's very rare that I see these specific types of all-ins in this specific type of a map working. What can Isomato do to make it work? Basically, he has to kill off the villagers because, yeah, well, 1, he has to kill off the town center. 2, he has to kill off the villagers. 3, he has to kill off the army. He's going to do a lot of work with this heroic age god power, which doesn't do anything because Ceasefire is on the cards. But we'll see if he's going to make it work. Villagers wandering forward, maybe a forward ballet. Is this Does this work? Ballet Machine Workshop Siege? Maybe the Bayou wandering around and getting raids onto the villages and things like that would not go astray here. He does have the 2 Yachts on the backside ready to hit the gold mine at a moment's notice. Centaur Hippias coming up to the top side, just searching for what he can find. Over onto this side, Hippias, Centaur coming through, Villager will end up going down as the Hippias going to pull back. Nice little snipe there from Divine. Tiny little raids. Looking really, really nice. Dionysus is pretty cute, but a long way away as Divine does actually have to go on to mass farms here. It's not the end of the world, considering he's so far in front on resources, but it does give Izamato a little bit more play. As he has, to be honest though, Divine's also built farms. So while they are technically gathering faster, and he's not losing out on these, he still has to pay them off. Like, they're 75 wood apiece. It's not like they're free. Now Divine coming in, or Izamato coming in onto the right of Divine. Hits the armory. Divine's army is quite powerful here, nonetheless, as the watchtowers will come in. You see the survival equipment in as the Bayou manages to pick off a villager before pulling back out there. And while over onto this side, the raids onto that gold mine as well. Divine, very quick to react to everything at the moment, but still just kind of sitting there waiting, watching. Playing very good defense, but now the siege crossbow is in. Now, I'm of the opinion here that Divine doesn't need to care about this. He doesn't. You can sack the town. I mean, oh, the farms all in this town center is not ideal, actually. Putting farms on a Ford town center is somewhat of a no-no. But Divine kind of doesn't have to care about this. He can just run and pull back up, but he's going to be looking for a bit of a fight. The Centaur get that special off nicely. A bolt there onto the Zhangxia to allow the Centaur to get a little bit more damage. There goes the lightning weapons, and ceasefire will get dropped. But now this allows Izamato access to Fey Beasts. Does have to wait 30 seconds. Gives Divine a little bit more play on the town center. Could be repairing that one back up. The Fey Beast does get dropped down. Is there a hero? It doesn't look like it even matters. The Centaur basically deal with it all immediately there. And Divine Centaur still very much alive, very much healthy. There's also the heroes in the mix there as well. As Izamato's army getting cleaned up. He has to pull back to his ballet, but Divine's got himself hoplites. And our hoplites, Zeus hoplites here can tear the ballet down. More units are going to be piling in here. More Centaur in queue. He's got 13 villagers on favor here, as Izamato's hero situation is a little on the light side, but Izamato manages to hold here with the ballet. He's going to be able to start the siege up again. Fights will have to continue shortly. The military differential still favoring Divine, but there is a ballet, so that kind of makes things a little bit more in favor of Izamato in this specific situation. Let's pick off a Centaur before pulling back as the Hippias charging in here to try and take off that Zhangxia. That's the important unit to take out. Hippias pulling off here. There's also the Golden Lions to get onto those heroes. Great control with the Centaur as villagers decide, you know what? I have so much more stuff than you that I can just send my villagers in and we can just take this position out with those. Centaurs are falling on the back, but so too are the red pioneers. There's all of those pioneers. Joe down the center, still alive and well on the back there. And Izamato in game number 2 does have to tap out as Divine manages to hold against the crazy all-in from Izamato. Just not quite able to get that damage done. I haven't seen it. I mean, I think he actually got Divine where he wanted him to some point. Got Divine stuck in the classical age on farms, but the fights just did not go his way. A really, really nice bolt onto Zhang Xia on one of the early fights meant that the centaur got a lot more value than they otherwise would have. And Izamato would have had to have pulled back and done some other stuff there. But really, really nice micro. Really, really nice control. Great defense from Divine. Up a very quick 2-0 over Izamato now. We'll see if he can strike back in game 3 or if Divine has what it takes to win in clean sweep fashion for his first main event playoff run type thing here. Let's jump over the draft, see what they're going to pick. All right, we're in onto the map Prairie. And the god picks here are going to be Freya. I'm kind of upset that... Oops. I'm kind of upset that we didn't get to see Haywire, because I know Demeter is in the list here for Izamato for Haywire. So now, we might not see Demeter after all, so we've got to be rooting for Izamato to win this next game. We've got to be rooting for that. The players going to be getting started relatively soon here. Soup, comment on the 4 Norse picks, please. Yeah, comment on it. Huh? Has there been a Demeter game yet? I haven't seen one, but there have been 3. There have been 3, I believe. Yeah, so Demeter on Haywire sounds really, really good because she's such a defensive god that you can just open up your back, have basically unrateable hunts, unrateable stuff. You grab yourself the pan upgrade for your walls. Makes it really hard for your opponent to break through and get damage onto you. Of course, there's also the ideas of playing Odin on Haywire and doing the same thing. That's also a plan. There's lots of different ways to go. But nonetheless, into game... Oh, we've still got 2 minutes to wait. Into game number 3. Oh, you go Cyclops? My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. We'll see. We'll see here what Izamato's got planned. I mean, Nuwa versus Freya on Prairie? I don't know if I like China on Prairie. In fact, he's got Gaia. I think Gaia is really good on Prairie. I think Isis is fine on Prairie as well, but everything else, Ra may be there as well. Everything else in his list here, Demeter, Nuwa, Shenong on Prairie, not that strong. For Divine, any of the Norse gods are fine on Prairie because you have the ox cart that can just move with your wood. Those tiny wood lines is the big feature of Prairie. You have max 15, I think, in each forest. So you have to build a lot of storehouses, in other words. But yeah, you can't pick... Yeah, the fact that there is Prairie there and he picked Gaia on Gorge, that's a head scratcher, in my opinion. Just saying. I'm allowed to state that much. Alrighty. That being said, Izamata might have a pretty specific plan for this map. I don't know. I've already seen a couple of things that have surprised me in this tournament, which is crazy. Normally, I know everything. Just kidding. But seriously, this could be a really, really fun one. Let's have a look. We're going into Prairie. Frere versus Noir. Off we go. Here we go into game number 3. Divine currently up 2-0. One more win, and he's in the main event winners bracket. That's all he needs. One tiny little win. Izamata, however, is the man who stands between him and said win. Can he make it happen is the big question. Frere is his god. Izamata has Noir. On the map, Prairie, the tiny wood lines on display. 13. Am I right on this? 13, 11, 11, 12. I can't select that one. In the middle, 11. Maybe there's a max of like 13. Nope, 16. I'm wrong. It's not 15. There's a potential for 16. Wowzers. Alrighty. But so far, Divine has been able to play his game. There hasn't been a single kind of anti-Divine thing that Izamato's been able to pull. He tried to play Divine's game with Gaia, where he played the nice boomy game, and Divine was able to outplay on that situation. He tried to hit Divine with a nice timing attack with his Shenong versus the Zeus, but Divine was able to defend that. And now he's got his Noir versus Divine's Frere, and we'll see how things go, because you get not double gold in Prairie, but you do get an extra 1,500 gold in this map, which can be enough here to get you through all of the Norse problems. This can get you through all of the Norse problems. What are the Norse problems, you guys ask? Well, Norse often struggles on their second gold mine, mostly because their opponent is just going to mass up all their units, and they're going to be able to use their really strong classical age power spike to get that gold stuff happening. Norse, on the other hand, has the really strong heroic age power spike. And guess what an extra 1,500 gold gives you? It gives you the units to defend yourself and the heroic age. So now all of a sudden that second gold mine fight might turn into an advantage for the Norse player rather than just the advantage for the strong god power holding enemy of the Norse. We'll see what Izamata's plan is. He's going to be going up through Hal 2 here. Some relics on the map have started to get grabbed, I think. Yes, there is this one here from Izamato. It's the Bridal of Pegasus. Always nice to have a little bit of extra scouting. Free Pegasus is huge. One of the best scouts in the game, and it's free. Pelt of Argus there as well for extra unit line of sight. Can help out that Pegasus even more. On the bottom side, there's the Fur of Boit, making the heroes regenerate ever so slightly. Always nice. And Girdle of Hippolyta for ranged soldier hit points is always going to be huge. Now we've got Ulla coming through for Divine. No surprises there. The Hal 2 is somewhat of a surprise, but also not really. You want this to some degree to just play around the Huskal raids. You're just gonna drop the thing on your base. Or is Izamata going town center here? That's kind of wild, no? He drops it on his main base anyways. He sends his Kwafu hero over to the town center, and he's going to be dropping himself creation. He gets the town center up. Okay. Here's the small secrets inside of this. Isomato behind this, because he's only using the one Kwafu, effectively, to put this town center up, he can effectively open up with a not a military camp, but a machine workshop. And then he can actually walk forward and pressure the second town center immediately while he's getting his own second town center. The way to play around this as the Prairie is to actually drop the Asgardian Bastion nice and early so that you have access to Huskarl, and then you put the town center up a little bit later than what the new Wire is going to be getting. But Isomato has not gone for that. He's gone for the military camp. He's going for Dao instead. And I do not think he's got enough stuff here to win these fights. The Xiongqi do deny for the time being. Popping over onto the other side. Looking to deny again. And yeah, this could have been a really, really nice opening from Isomato in hindsight. Because Divine, I don't know if he's just not aware of it. But obviously Isomato isn't going for it. He's now putting the machine workshop down. And the town center for Divine will get up. Maybe. Maybe you could pop... he needs so much more wood income. He needs so much more wood income. Like, all you need is like 2-3 pioneers and a handful of fire archers and the town center will never finish. Nonetheless, a couple of those clay peasants now finishing up as Isomato is looking for any little bits of damage he can possibly get on. I mean, there's elephants here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see an Asgardian Bastion just coming down next. Just on this spot. If you can get it on this spot without... A little bit aggressive, but if you can get it on this spot without any problems, he gets the elephants, he gets the gold mine, and he's just living the dream, so to speak. That's Isomato. A little bit short on the resources here. Or the units here. He's behind on military resource pop. And there go the fire archers on that shoot and scoot. They're just going to happily eat the elephants behind this. Of course, Isomato shutting down this thing completely and this building getting up here is not good for Isomato, but it's not the end of the world. He's still got play in this game. But how much play is kind of the question. As one Draugr goes down, trying to poke some of those other units here, picking off a Berserk as well. Now the hill fort is up, and Isomato is going to simply just pull back home. So yeah, I mean, why is it... What? Yeah, so Divine gets the town center up faster than he probably should have been able to, and he gets the Asgardian Bastion onto a really, really good position. Now Divine actually does need to take somewhat initiative in this game. And what is the initiative? It's basically these Huskarl need to start looking around and raiding. I like the idea of him taking this elephant out, making sure that it dies underneath the hill fort. But yeah, send the Huskarl up here. There's villagers to hit on this. There's villagers to hit there. You obviously can't raid inside of the main base of Isomato because of the big earth wall, but still, the Huskarl raids are incredibly tough to deal with this. On top of this, Divine is nearly able to grab this technology and also drop himself another Asgardian Bastion. 50 seconds remaining to do so, but he can grab that momentarily, and he can look to even push forward up onto this side, potentially, Asgardian Bastion here, and grab another town center. He can walk over here and do the same thing here. Or he can just go to the heroic age, and he can start looking for things like rock giants for his main army. Isomato just looking for the walls. Of course, he has to wall up because there's not really an easy way to defend against those Huskarl raids, but Divine not going for any Huskal raids at the moment. He's just playing defense. I mean, this is a very Divine thing. I was talking with someone the other day, and they're like, yeah, Divine just doesn't really raid. Like, he kind of just sits back and he just plays the turtle. He just deflects. Of course, there's not really a huge amount to raid, though I think this is something. Of course, he doesn't know that. If we take a quick look at what Divine can see, it's not a whole lot, but still. As there goes the A gear. There goes upgrades. Is this a second armory as well? He's got 3 armories. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. Why not? If your opponent's just going to let you boom, just take it. Take it. 3 armories. He's going to be up to full bronze in 75 seconds after he hits the heroic age. Oof. Oof. That's brutal. Up here, a couple of great hauls to come down. Why 3 armories? Well, Frere is a god that has a unique bonus that basically makes all of his economic upgrades cost half. Not his economic upgrades, his technologies, just in general, cost half. But they take 2 times as long to research. So he cuts down the research time by basically double, by half or whatever, by putting up an extra armory. And then a 3rd armory cuts it down again. Over onto this side, Divine going to drop down another Asgardian hill fort. This is the White Horse Cavalry swinging around the side. Going to look to hit a little something something. As Divine gets another little bit of this position all worked up. We got another ballet coming in onto the front here from Izamato. So, I mean, he does have the mass White Horse Cavalry to go here. And the big advantage that Izamato can try and grab here is 1, raiding wood lines, 2, raiding berries, raiding wood, raiding food, raiding everything, because there's just no walls down from Divine. So raids in this situation are going to be really, really strong. Now, Divine pushes forward. Izamato just says, nope. Forest protection. If you walk onto this forest protection, you are going to get snared for X amount of damage. I can't remember what the Divine damage is, but you get snared. Also, the healing that comes through, it's also quite quick. I think it's like 3 HP a second or something. It's kind of crazy. Now, another little bonus for Frere is that he gets free repairing. So you can just sit here and just say, cool, try and take my hill fort down. It doesn't matter. There's Izamato charging up onto this top side, still looking for any way in. Did Divine get his armory up? He hasn't started researching them. Why did you put the armory upgrades down then? Jaw! Izamato going to try and poke forward here. The thing is, he can kind of charge in under this and pick those dwarves off if he wants, because his White Horse Cavalry are going to get re-healed by just walking back onto this forest protection. But again, I think the best... Of course, I've got Omniscience. Izamato doesn't. But the plan here with these White Horse Cavalry should be, forever and a day, should be, let's go find some wood villages to attack. Because that's what's weak here in the base of Divine. That's the thing that he's going to be struggling. That's what he wants to be building here as well. He wants the Huskal and everything else. As Asgardian, the Asgardian Bastion does get saved here. Tempest coming down there as well. Doesn't get saved, excuse me. Divine now deciding it's time to charge forward. He's got himself how many rams? There's 5 portable rams here on the pushback from Divine. Takes 1 ballet down nearly instantly, going after the next ballet as well. The Huskal going to be charging through onto the back. The population for Izamato and Divine is falling, but the forest protection is gone. Divine still has 140 pop. He's looking like he's winning these fights. Charging underneath this to take out the ballet as well. We'll be able to take out the siege crossbow with those portable rams. Not that many hack damage dealing units as the next ballet may be falling here as well. As Divine decides to pull back and finish up his Asgardian Bastion, looks like the ballet for Izumato is going to be staying alive and well for the time being. Meanwhile, Feasts of Renown, 9 waves also coming through for Divine. Up onto the top side as well, grabbing this town center while on this gold mine. Does Izumato sniff this out though? I mean, he can find some good value by actually getting some raids in. But also, Divine can find some amazing value by just planting a ton of hill forts in, because he's getting this technology here, Feasts of Renown. This gives him 0.5 food per second per town center and hill fort. You just pump them up and you just get extra food per every hill fort. And they're actually really, really nice. Izumato does have the majority of his economic upgrades here. Same too for Divine. Divine's got all of them. I mean, it's so easy to grab all your upgrades as Frey. You kind of just pre-queue them like this, and they're so cheap that you just want to get them started as fast as possible. This Izumato is back to his crossbow sieging ways, but this gold mine's almost gone. And Divine might just want to move up to the top position as a little cheeky White Horse cavalry raid. Pulling in here, we'll get a couple of Vil picks. Divine does notice that one. A little bit on the slow side, but 3 villagers only on the raid pulling back. Does he have any units over here? Answer, not really, as these villagers here do get ignored. Thought they were going to go down there, but Izumato not quite paying attention. Has to pull back as now the army says, hey, if you're going to raid me, I'm just going to kill you. Why would I bother chasing your White Horse cavalry around when I can just attack you? As the earth wall going to get thrown down there. The White Horse cavalry on the pullback. The Herser coming in. Jarl's going to get pulled back to try and deal with those White Horse cavalry. As this micro from Izumato doing his best to shoot and scoop, but there's just so many units, so many upgrades, and the Izumato army does not appear to be enough here, and he does decide to tap out as Divine walks away with a very crisp, solid, and quick 3-0 victory here over Izumato. Really solid play. Off to the winners bracket for him. Izumato, unfortunately, will be in the losers bracket. It is what it is. What can you do? But he's not out of the tournament just yet. He's going to have another chance a little bit later. For everyone else, that is the end of the day today. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you come back next week. We've got the main event round 1. This is going to be players like the Rapple, players like, we should move over to this screen before we do this, but players like the Rapple, Soup, Grass and Groom, Recon, everyone's going to be playing. Mini Yeti, etc., etc. Be there or be square. All right, guys. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with me today. It's been an absolutely amazing day of games. Some really solid play. For 4 games getting played in one day is a lot of series to be played, but these guys did an amazing job to get through it all. Again, appreciate you all for being here with me. Make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button. Don't miss out. We're starting at 1400 GMT. So that is literally 5 hours and 50 minutes ago. That's all, something like that ago. We will start the stream next Saturday. So if you just care about Pandora's Box, make sure you're here. Make sure you don't miss out and all the other good stuff. I'm going to look for a little someone to raid right now on Twitch for the YouTubers. Unfortunately, that's going to be us being completely done. I'm gonna send you guys over. Oh, these guys are doing legacy stuff. I was gonna send you guys to them, but I don't care about legacy stuff. I might send you guys over to Bitsbro, who is exploiting some Demeter shenanigans here. Let me grab that and see you guys later. Have a fantastic rest of your day and all the other good stuff. And yeah, I'll see y'all probably during the week for just some regularly scheduled content.